All right, here we are. Let's get started. It's the Thursday night, Friday morning stream. It's 12:40. It's a pretty good start time. Welcome to the late night stream. Let me just turn this on real fast. Oh, it looks like I took a picture in the wrong format. That's sad. Hey, Mr. Lurkin Lowry. How's it going, Lurkin Lowry? Let's see if Mike's side's up. We might want to fix this on the fly. Oh, Mike's side is up. That's good. So I think we'll end up having a thumbnail. That's good. Yeah, we took a picture in the wrong format. Oops. Oops. That's not what we want. Let's jump over here. Good morning, mister. It's Casey Brooks. Hello, Casey. How are you tonight? Another day, another Pokemon card stream. Woo! All right. So we've got, we've got actually Hololive, new Hololive set. We've got new Greninja break. We got Chilling Rain. Break is hot. Mewtwo break close. Card shop. All right. Ooh, no, not enough room. Live shop? Nope, not enough room. Scooby-Doo, dooby-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Hey, this is some old RuneScape music. What do you guys think of that? Did you guys play RuneScape when you were a kid? I played RuneScape. All right. I played RuneScape back when they first introduced AOL. Oh my god. The characters were all in 2D, so like as you rotated around them on the map, they would rotate with you. It was insanity. I loved it. It was really fun. What a great time. I remember you were able to talk to people live in the game, and it was like something you'd never seen before. It was like shocking. You're like, what the fuck? All right, what's this? The PSA invoice? Whew. Boy, that was expensive, man. That was expensive to grade that one card. Devin A's card is back, by the way. Does Devin know that? I don't know if Devin knows that. Let's go to the, let's go back to our Discord server, and let's head right on over to PSA submitted. No, actually, let's go to PSA returns and say at Devin. Ah, yeah, Devin. Okay, your manga is back. It graded PSA 10. All right, just a little update. Whoa, looks like we already have some orders. Peter Fenelty from the daytime stream. I remember that. But there's a couple orders in the queue. How you guys feeling tonight, by the way? You guys feeling good? We're still waiting on the new set to arrive, Battle Together, whatever it's called. Journey Together. So Journey Together might be here in about 2 or 3 days, hopefully sooner. Wish there was a way for me to look that up, actually. There's no way for me to look that up. But I don't think there is. Hold on. Let me double check. I buy from all over. Mr. What's the longest the PSA return took? Hey, it's Tokimon. What's up, man? Really long, like over a year, like a year and a half. That was back during the great bottleneck. Oh, here we are, tracking available. Okay, hold on. So let's see how soon we're getting this. Are you ready? So our Journey Together will be here. Yeah, it might be here if we're lucky on Saturday, but it might be here Monday. That will suck if it's Monday. But that's okay. We got a lot of cool vintage stuff to focus on in the meantime. I mean, you can't go wrong with vintage. Vintage is really good. They're not printing any more vintage, but the Journey Together just came out. So, you know, the longer we wait to open that, the better anyways, because the price falls. So 2 years is too long for a PSA return. Yeah, that's a long time for a PSA return. 2 years. Hell yeah, dude. That's a long-ass time. All right, so here's our Chilling Rain box with alternative arts in it. Very nice. Okay. And here's our new Greninja break, 1 in 27. It's actually the exact same as Lugia, so 2 very fancy cards. Here's our new, what's this called? Elite Spark? I think it's called the Elite Spark, isn't it? So these are $6.50 per pack. They're listed under the Other menu. Other. As in, I identify as other. Elite Spark, $6.50, $78 a box. If you want a whole case of them, I've got a case for $780. So you could open up a whole case of this tonight, $780, right here on the stream. We'll record it for you. All right, let me put this back. All right, Mister, is there a difference between the colors of the Pokemon playing cards? I like to call them poker cards. There's something sexy about the word poker. There are green, blue, etc. Does one color usually sell for more? Great question, Mr. Tactics. So the most valuable color is actually the yellow poker deck. Yeah, that one does sell for more pretty consistently. I would argue also that blue deck's a little more valuable too. But then again, the red deck has Charizard on the back. So the way that they I'm such a good source of knowledge on these poker cards. The red deck and the green deck were printed first, like a year or two earlier, and they came out in this double set, okay? And they seem to have printed a ton of that double set. You get a green deck and you get a red deck together. So they just printed tons and tons and tons of that. And then later they printed the blue and the yellow deck. And what's interesting about those is they had slight changes in the design of the king, queens, and jacks. So king, queens, and jacks in red and green deck have this ugly camo effect. Well, in blue and yellow, they don't have that. So there's a lot of cards affected by that. And so you'll find that those cards are more valuable just because they don't have the ugly camo effect. So when you're buying decks, blue and yellow are probably a little more valuable as a result. Also, the blue and yellow decks have this rare chance for the Ace of Spades Pikachu to come out as Surfing Pikachu. So he's even more rare than a normal Pikachu would be because he is randomly swapping places with the Ace of Spades Pikachu, which I don't think is in every deck because it rotates between Ace of Spades Pikachu and Ace of Spades Mewtwo. Turn that down a little bit. Blah, blah, blah. I know so much about these poker cards because I'm a poker card fanatic. You probably know that about me. I think I have the best Charizard poker collection in the world. It's not fully known yet. I say I think because I actually have so many more of the Charizards to grade. You know I'm bringing out that Charizard box the moment I start talking like that. Wait, didn't I have another Charizard right over here? He was in this pile over here, wasn't he? Somebody really wants to buy this from me, but I don't want to sell it. Yes, here it is. So I purchased another one of those off the internet. Now, arguably, the green deck is the least desirable deck. I'm so sorry. I have a little bit of a cough going. I've always got a little bit of a cough going. I guess I'm probably dying from some kind of cough problem. So, 688. Look at that. And he just kind of floats around in here, I guess. I don't know. It's better than the pinched ones. You guys know the poker cards where they pinched them by accident. So maybe that's why they went back to this. I don't know. But they were pinching some of the poker cards with some of their holders. So they must have decided to stop doing that. But so there is a green Charizard. Bring out the Grail. So you see this box? Thank you for the info. I'm really into those poker cards. Well, you're talking to the guy who has the most of them. Because this is a lot of Charizard 10s here, right? But the real secret part of my poker collection is the ungraded ones. I have an absolute mountain of ungraded poker decks. And I've just been hoarding them and slowly building them up further and further all the time. And so those have to be open and graded. And so one day when they're all graded, probably more Charizards will join this pile. And he's so difficult to pull, he's not guaranteed. That's a 7. He's not guaranteed in every deck. That's the problem. So the Charizard doesn't come in every deck. You're lucky if you get one. And then once you get one, it also still has to grade 10. So there's a blue back. It has to grade 10. You just can't always get a 10. There's a blue back Zard. There it is, the yellow back Zard. So again, yellow and blue are printed later, probably a smaller print run. The kings, queens, and jacks were better for grading, more valuable. And what do you want, Blastoise or do you want Pikachu? Well, of course, you probably want Pikachu. Pikachu is more valuable than Blastoise in general. He's more generically loved. So it's yellow, yellow, yellow. These are all 10s. 10 red, green 10, red 10. Do you think non-holo vintage cards will get more valuable over time as well? Well, everything gets more valuable over time. It doesn't have to be sparkly and shiny to do extremely well. Yeah, everything gets more expensive over time. There's some old cards that just sell for bonkers amounts of money, and they're not holo. Here's Charizard, 9, 9, 9, 10. So a bunch of 9s here. If we do a quick zoom out, it's really fun. I can do a little setup for you guys. Watch this. So we can get these guys going. These are also poker cards. These are Pokemon Stadium Zards, so those are fun. You know, you can grade the poker cards, but they don't grade 10 every single time. Sometimes they grade 9 or 8. If you're real unlucky, they grade real low. Here's a blue 10, green 10, blue 10, green 10. Okay, and then I think I'm out of 10s at that point, right? Oh, no, one more, green 10. All right, that's the new one, right? So that's the new 10. So then we got the 9, we got a 9, some 8s. Here's another 9. Here's another 9. Here's another 9. Here's another 9. And then we got a couple more 9s and 8s. Is that enough? Do you think that's enough for you? Sheesh, mister, do you like Charizard or something? I like all the cards in the poker set, but I know there's a rule about collecting Pokemon cards. Charizard's the hardest one to get done, so you get him done, and then you can focus on any other Pokemon. But if you don't acquire the Charizard and he keeps growing, he gets really hard to acquire one day. So you start with the Charizard and you worry about the other ones later. All right, yeah, Charizard's great. How long did it take you to know PSA lost your package in the mail? I remember our cards being lost, and thank you for replacing them like 3 years ago. Oh, I don't remember that. I remember CGC lost our package in the mail. PSA never lost our package, but CGC did. So that did actually happen, and we had to replace it. But you said, well, you got a PSA submission that's 2 years old? Oh, you better talk to PSA about that. If you got a submission with them that's 2 years old, that's too long. They're not having that kind of backup. How long did it take you to know PSA lost your package in the mail? I mean, you would know that pretty fast. It wouldn't take a year to know that. I don't know if you're having a problem with them or not, but I hope you get on it, and I hope you figure it out, okay? Look at that, beautiful. Yeah, you got to be very proactive. You got to talk and communicate with them. All right, and be nice, okay? Be nice. The people who work behind the telephones, they don't have any grudge against you or your cards. Back again, eh? Yeah, PSA's missing. Crazy. All right, let's go put this away. Charizard. I love me some Charizards. Oh, all right, Hamsty has a Pokeball. Mr. Hamsty. Let's see. Here's Brandon. 2 Innistrad Remastered and 1 Aether Drift. All right, let's do it. Aether Drift. Okay. When we send cards through you to PSA, how long does it take for them to come back? It can take a long time. It can take a long time. It really depends on how backed up they are. It can take like 4 months. We got the October submission back just the other day. October. I mean, that was a while ago. The good news, though, is when it's all backed up like that, it's usually because the hobby's on fire and all your cards have gone up in value over time. So you're lucky when it backs up. It's usually a good sign. Usually means your cards are more valuable. So whatever you had back then is more valuable today. All right. So when I already read that. I like the thumbnail. You like that? All right. Ooh, Heartless Summoning. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, I can't wait to get my Jolteon back to see what it gets. Ooh, Jolteon. Ta-da! Huntsman of the Fells. Ooh. Galvanic, Hullbreaker, Village. Foul Spawn, yuck. Lunark Island, Town, Cackling, Markov, Aim, Siege, Thraben, and a Braid. I really have no clue what any of these cards do. Did you see the ETB Rocket promo card yet? Yeah, I saw a Wobbuffet. It seems chill. I think it would have been more fun if it was Jesse and James on that card, to be honest. I don't know why they do that. They don't like to put Jesse and James on a lot of cards. But, you know, Giovanni gets to be on cards. Why can't Jesse and James be on cards? There we are. All right, but Wobbuffet's decent. I like Wobbuffet. Wobbuffet doesn't get a lot of love. I think he's going to do okay just as a rocket card. He's not going to do good in general. He's a bit of an odd Pokemon, a countering Pokemon. Here's Zombie. Ooh, Avacyn, Angel of Hope. Oh, my neck is tired, dude. Yeah, stretch my neck. All right. Avacyn. Here's Hullbreaker, Conjurer's Closet, Liza, Flesh Taker, Sombervald, Seize the Storm. Ooh. $1,200 pre-order for Pokemon Center ETB Law. I think the same Jesse and James would have been cool. Yeah, Jesse and James would have been nice on that set. I would have liked that, but it looks great. You know, we've seen 2 cards now. We've seen Mouth, we've seen Wobbuffet. I think it's fair to suggest we're probably going to see Coughing and Wheezing. We're probably going to see Ekans and Arbok. I'm betting we see all those. I am betting we do see Rocket's Mewtwo. I think Rocket's Mewtwo is going to be in there. He's probably going to be the chase. It's going to be a Mewtwo set. We haven't had a good Mewtwo focus set in a long time, actually, it feels like. When was the last one? Was it Unified Minds? Yeah, Unified Minds. It's been a long time. Let me think. Any of the Mewtwo sets? How about Sword and Shield? Who can remember a Mewtwo set from Sword and Shield? I can remember a Mew set. That was Fusion Strike, right? Mewtwo. Nope. So this will probably be Alt-Art Mew. Might not have a Charizard in the deck, but in the set. But I would like to see Dark Charizard. I'd like to see Dark Dragonite. Since we're not going to have those, maybe a Rocket Dragonite or a Rocket Charizard. But I just don't think we'll see that. There's Giovanni's Nidoking, too. I'd love to see that. Giovanni Nidoking. Ooh, Aganosaur Rex. Mewtwo set. That was even before Unified Minds. That's Shining Legends. Let's see. 1 gifted membership from Tokimon. Oh, that's nice, man. Appreciate it. Here's Sky Sears, Stradhanger, Full Throttle, Marshall, Spot Cycle. Ooh. Mewtwo is in Ancient Origin. Yeah, and that one goes before then, too. So Mewtwo, Ancient Origin. Wait. Not Ancient Origin. I think what you mean is, what's the name of that set? Breakthrough? XY Breakthrough. Yeah, he's in XY Breakthrough. Okay, Sabotage, Clamors, Night Market. Imagine a Shinji Mewtwo Alt-Art. How crazy that could be. I mean, it could become... If they haven't revealed it yet, right? It hasn't leaked. They haven't revealed it. It could become the most expensive Pokemon set ever if it was both a Rocket set and it had like this insane Mewtwo in it that everyone had to have. So we don't know. If the Mewtwo artwork is more like, mid, you know, like just normal looking, you're just like, yep, that's a Mewtwo. That could heavily affect prices. Speaking of which, if you want a chance for a box before we know how crazy the Alt-Arts look, here's our Glory of Team Rocket box battle, 1 in 8, $40 buy-in. Pretty pricey. But, you know, again, they haven't revealed the Alt-Arts. If the Alt-Arts are extremely good, this price probably goes up. If the Alt-Arts are not so good, if they're just normal looking, maybe it recedes. I'm not saying mine will. Mine will stay at 1 in 8, but I'm saying in the market it could recede. Pokemon Go had like 4 Mewtwo's. Oh, yeah, Pokemon Go. I completely forgot. Yeah, Pokemon Go. You know, problem with Pokemon Go is such a small set, you almost forget it. All right, you do forget it. Mr. Brandon, Pokemon Go had an Alt-Art Mewtwo. Does that even count? He was just kind of floating around, wasn't he? He was okay. Mr. Brandon. Slab Shuffle, please. Slab Shuffle. Yes. Let me go ahead and get Mr. Brandon into a box real fast. Can I get a bottom of the box? That'd be nice. No, just the top? No, here we go. Okay, I found one. All right, we got a Brandon box coming up. All right, just letting you guys know, Alexis comes back, I think, on Saturday, and I'm tempted to let the shipping run into Monday and have her do it. I know, maybe because I'm lazy, but also because I have such limited time. Such a limited time. You know what it is? The other channel, the TheCardconomist channel, has been eating up like 2 hours and 20 minutes of my day. That's some critical time, man. I usually make videos. You know, my schedule is so tight, is so completely used up. I just don't have that free time. And I think I got off at like 7:30. Karis and I went for our healthy walk, and then we had a quick dinner, and it was bedtime. I mean, I barely saw her. And it was just like, man, this is no good. Because I worked all day long, and, you know, it's just really difficult. If I can start the TheCardconomist stream earlier, then we can start the daytime stream earlier, and then maybe I'd have more free time with her. But, man, it's tough out there. It's tough to get that free time. We are all right. It's the same story every night. Shuffle them pokies. He was in New York. I have 3 of those. BRW. Okay, that was Brandon. Thank you, Brandon. Is Brandon here? Here we are, Mr. Brandon. All right. Let's put this here. Good. And where are we going to put this box? We're going to put this box right over here. There it is. Thank you, Brandon. Okay, Brandon's got a thick bag. We're going to do a pokey rotation. Here's Torchic. Here's Miss Magus. Here's Aerodactyl. And Garchomp. And 2 down, 1 to go. Very good. We have Gabriel Vanilla, 3 Hot Wind Arena, and shipping. Now, wait a second. We still got Peter Fenalty, don't we? It looks like your orders don't interact with each other, so I'll take care of Gabriel Vanilla real fast. Gabriel, do I have your shipping information? Gabriel? Oh, I don't have it. I don't have your shipping information. So if you're watching Miss Gabriel, we need your shipping information emailed to me, okay? All right. Let's see. Let's jump over here. 3 Hot Wind Arena. 3 Hot Wind Arena. Here it is. 1, 2, 3. And shipping. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to write on Gabriel's bag. Snipping this. All right. Okay. Oops. Very nice. Here's a cold one. And here's this guy, the fish. Dundonzo. How nice. And there's Lapras. Very nice. Finish the Mewtwo. I'll do that. Thanks. All right. Nice. Did you have a bag? Let's see if you had a bag. Prismatic Evolution price still 19. And does anyone pull the Umbreon yet? Nobody's pulled the Umbreon. Unfortunately, it is a high price. I was not able to find a restock at a low price. I wish I had direct distribution. I could probably get you guys a much better price at that point. So that is still a problem for me. I last applied last year, though. I should probably apply again this year. I think what I need to do, I think I need to have like a functioning website. I think, you know, the fact that I don't even have a website probably makes it less likely that I will get that distribution. All right, there we go. So I know you're sending me information for shipping. That's good. Back to Peter Fenalty, Custom Modern, and a Pokey Shuffle. You got it. I pulled the Umbreon, mister. You want it? I pulled the Umbreon. Oh, from Prismatic. Here we are. I win 2, 3. Here's a Pokey Shuffle. Whoa, Rookity. For my personal collection, maybe one day. Not right away, though. That's cold. Now, the Custom Modern. Ready? Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1. Okay. What do we got here? Ah, it's a cold one. So these packs can have truly cold cards, just like the Pokey Shuffle. That is because some of the packs are hot. Here it is, Peter Fenalty. Kind of a cold round there, Peter. Try again if you'd like. Sorry, Peter. Okay. All right. Here's Shining Magikarp. You think the Pokemon Center EV graded would be a worthwhile buy? The Pokemon Center EV graded. You know, Pokemon Center cards are confusing to me right now. People are treating them sort of like first edition cards to a degree, where there's like a limited print run, and then everyone goes nuts to kind of control those. To me, those are... I'm just not sure how to feel about them yet. Yeah, I'm just not sure. I personally am not buying a lot of Pokemon Center cards. Ooh, I gotta sneeze. Man, I gotta sneeze, man. Do you still sell Pokemon Tops packs? Rena, that's a great question. I used to sell a lot of Pokemon Tops packs, but what happened is over time the Tops boxes truly got very expensive. There's just no more on the market that aren't extremely expensive. I could sell another box. It's such a gamble to open them at this point, because if you open them and they turn out to be, let's say, bad packs, here, let's do that real fast. If you open them and they end up being bad packs, you're going to be out so much. Let's see, Pokemon Tops box. Okay, we're going to sort by high price, and then we'll scroll down. Okay. So here's a fun detail. See this Pokemon the Movie 2000? That's where the Pokemon the Movie 2000 cards come from. They want $17,000 for that. There's 122 watchers for it, and it sells for around that price. It's extremely expensive. So when you see those slabs, it's kind of curious how rare they actually are. But let's quickly see what our options over here are. Oh, wow, man. These are so expensive. They're pricey, man. So I'm just looking. So here's a Pokemon the Movie Tops. Let's see what we could do with that. I like that set. $70 a pack. See, I just don't know. I don't know if I want to jump in at $70 a pack. It seems sort of risky. Again, if the cards end up being real sticky, who's going to buy that? Let's see. We've got the Canadian copy. Those are nice. How about the what's the nearest box of the base set? Here's a box of Series 2. And it is a whopping $2,400. Man. Divided by 30. Yeah, that would be so expensive, dude. I'd probably be selling those around $90 a pack. And here we are. The Tops. Oh, it's the same guy. Top Series 1. Wow, it's just shockingly expensive now. You know, you don't see the prices coming down on these. All right, let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's worth it. There's a lot of risk opening those boxes up. If you end up with a bad box that nobody wants to open because the packs are really sticky, and you got to sell those packs like $70, $80, $90, it's like, it's a pretty heavy place to be. All right. Let's see. Kitsu says, I'm in Japan right now and want to get my girlfriend some cards, but I don't know much about Pokemon. Do you have any recommendations of what to get? Go look at the ones you think are sparkly and cool and go buy the coolest looking sparkly one, okay? All right. So, let's see. Next up, we've got to click here. Here's Joshua Whipple, Mewtwo Break. Joshua Whipple. We are? Actually, great advice. Very good. Mewtwo Break. All right, here. Oops. You should buy a PSA 10 Dark Sylveon V Mister. It's a cool card. Here we are. Very nice. There should be 2 spots left in here. 12, huh? Ooh. Okay. This goes to 12. Ta-da! Very nice. Who's next? We have an order from James Gower to pay off the Bulba slab away and 20 for the Hot Wind Battle. So the Hot Wind Battle ended. Let me write you down for $20, James. The Hot Wind Battle ended already. Box battle. I saw a cool binder ID on X. Someone's collecting all the IRs of Pokemon doing manual labor jobs. Are we getting more dark Pokemon? Maybe someday. This time around, it seems they just printed Rocket this, Rocket that, just like Gym Challenge in the past. All right, so the Bulbasaur slab away. All right, we talked about this. You are paying it all off early. Very good. All right, James Gower. let's go grab it. Let's go grab that blue Blizzer. Can I use the $20 for shipping the slab? We could do that. Here it is. Is it just this one slab or is it multiple slabs? Let me know. What is a minted copper coin that you have on the secret menu? Oh yeah, those are a lot of fun. You know, we sell a little bit of precious metals here and there. And copper is not really a precious metal, but it's a commercial metal. And they actually mint these too, and they sell them pretty cheap. I sold through a whole tube of these, especially when we first introduced it. There it is. You've heard of silver coins. Here is a copper coin. Copper is an industrial metal, and it actually goes up and down in price over time. I think it's been going up in price, but it only costs like $3 or something like that, right? Is it $3.50? Oops, we're not going to do that. We're going to put it back in there. So you could buy a copper coin and add it to your bag as a fun little thing. And yeah, we sold a bunch of those for a little while, but I think people have kind of forgotten that I have them for sale. Just this slab, no bag. I don't think. The last one we got was in 2021. Been forever since I'd seen them. All right, so let's see. We're going to go ahead and delete this James Gower listing. Here you go, James. Now we're going to head right over here. Mr. James. Okay. And we're going to grab this. Oops. All right. This does not weigh very much. Now we got to fill out the customs form. Give me a second here. Oops. All right. And perks of being a plumber, says James. We rip a ton of copper in old houses and buildings. We melt it down into bricks. Nice. Oh, I gotta pick this still. Hold on. Two more spots. Hurry. Mr. Roney, can I see some red tag slabs? I can show you the slabs from like the pricey box if you'd like. Here we are. I don't always organize the slabs by red label, so I don't know where they're all at. They're just here and there. They're actually, a lot of them are just listed in our Discord server. So you can always peruse the All Slabs channel and the Pricey Slabs channel. Those are always available. All right, so it's just this. I'll remove this spicy price tag. There we go. But I can definitely show some of the expensive slabs in the expensive box real fast. Got any open cards from Final Fantasy's Resurgence of Power? I rarely see them around. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Resurgence of Power has those black and white cards. They're super cool, actually. Okay, here's the expensive slab box. Here we are. We've got Darkrai, Reshiram, Electivire, Shining Celebi, Checklist tops the movie 2000. Error Gyarados, a very special card. We have a Chansey coin for sale for $700. This beautiful Rayquaza. I don't know if that's still up to date. We got this Light Togetic. There's a red label. We've got Hypno. This Vulpix with no price tag on it. This $500 black label Hello Kitty card. Perfect for your girlfriend. Dark Ariados for $295. There's Vulpix. Manectric, Black Label Kuromi, another Rayquaza. Quip Umbreon for 1,000 million. Here's Zubat, Kyogre, Electivire, and Lugia Rises. Oh. So that is some of the expensive cards that we got in the expensive card box. Stay tuned for more expensive cards. All right. I had to take some cards down off the table and put up some new ones. Mr. In Japan, Surgeon, #1, Yakuza boss needs heart surgery. Mistake! Yakuza boss die. I hide in fishing boat and come to America. No food, no money. Devil give job. Big secrets? Not a mistake. I am a good surgeon. Here's Gabriel. All right, good. We've got the shipping information. Sweet. That was really funny, huh? All right. So we are putting together an address for you now. And this is not a very large shipment, so this one's pretty easy. All right. Got this. Let's get your email so you get a tracking number. We like to have tracking numbers. They're very good. All right. Now we're going to reduce the weight because this is so lightweight. Someone playing Cyberpunk. I heard Gorilla Hail. I was like, WTF, is that even mean? Apparently some weird terminology. Okay, print. And parent. All right. And your bag was up here. Good. I sent you a pretty large shipment. You were trying to, you're trying to do one of those reversed slabaways. It's a slabaway pawn loan. You guys know about those? The way those work, let's say you got $1,000 slab. You send it to me, and then I give you maybe $300 for it cash, and then I put it into slabaway for $300 and I don't know, $40 or something. Then you pay it back for $340 and get the slab back over 6 months. So what it really is it's like a way to put your own card. It's like a way to borrow money against your own card almost. You borrow money against your own Pokemon cards by putting them into slabaway. Good for probably like an emergency, I guess. You have to pay it down, or eventually it gets skadooshed. It gets repoed. I sent you a pretty large shipment. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, and it's got that same benefit before that slabaway is so nice for, of it never affects your credit score. You know, if you fail to pay a slab away, well, you can still lose money. Like, for example, if you don't pay it off, you lose the slab. The reason I don't loan $1,000 against the $1,000 slab is what if it goes down to $800 in value? Well, then, then I'm in trouble because you're going to abandon it. So, you know, if we put it out for 50% of its value or maybe 40% of its value, probably not going to lose that much value in 6 months. And then you have a reason to go pay it off because, yeah, that $1,000 slab over there, you want to pay that $340 and get it back, right? So it's a way to borrow money against your own cards. It's not for free. You do have to pay, you know, let's say you borrowed $300, well, you're going to have to pay back $340 maybe. And I don't know what kind of interest banks pay or require you to pay for like a personal loan, but it's probably going to be similar to that. It's going to be like 12% or something like that. And we'll just bake that into the cost of the slabaway. All right. I'm able to do a little bit of those. I've done a couple of those successfully with some guys who needed immediate cash because they were having problems. I can't remember. And one guy, he did a bunch of raw cards with me. He did that. And he abandoned his. And so that one was tricky because I actually had to grade those cards to extract the value back out. And they did not grade super well. So, you know, you live. You learn, you live. Here's, okay, so here's Beatrice Moniz. Pre-order. Aloha, can I get a spot in the Rocket Mewtwo? Why, yes, you can. Here we are. That's a pre-order? That's so weird. That other guy was a pre-order, was he? The James Gower order was a pre-order? Whoa, these are pre-orders. Holy cow, man. Okay. Rocket's Mewtwo's so badass. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I have to agree. This is up to 13, right? Let's count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. One spot remains, and then Rocket Mewtwo is blasting off again. Okay, 13. I'm excited to see the shuffle. Yes. Hathim, 6 Azure Lane, Volume 2. Azure Lane, Volume 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good. Ooh. 1,200 for Pokemon Center ETB is crazy. Is that what the Rocket ones are going for yet? It's ridiculous, dude. It doesn't make sense. It won't last. It won't last. Pokemon will reprint that stuff. There we go. Someone finished the Rocket coin. Yeah, that Rocket coin's cool. Konnichiwa. Oh my god. Okay. There's a holo. Here's a holo. Alright, alright. Oh my god, bro. That's Azure Lane. That's a pretty naughty set. The problem with that set is it actually went up in price pretty dramatically. Guess it was popular. Alright, alright. Here's a Shimalo. I got a deal for 700 on eBay. Nice. Here we go. Ooh. Alright. Okay. Very good. Alright, I don't remember how much I paid for a couple of Japanese 151 boosters back in the scarcity days. I know, right? Okay. There we go. Okay, okay. Maybe getting some of the pocket cards in a set. What is he talking about? Oh, from the actual app. Okay, here we are. That's for Mr. Athim. Thank you, Athim. All right, Athim with an H. You got it back here. I'll sell my pre-order right now for $1,200 and go buy 20 of the regular ETBs when they reprint. Yeah, maybe. Anyone else buy the last 2 Mewtwo spots? There's only 1 Mewtwo spot left, and I think it might be sold. There is somebody in the queue. Oh, nope. Oh, wait. There's, hold on. It is sold. So the last spot in the Mewtwo is sold, everybody. Jesse Salinas, 1 Chilling Rain spot, 1 Poke Slab. 1 Poke Slab. When you say Poke Slab, you mean a Poke Shuffle, I'm pretty sure. All right, here we are. So let me grab this. Very nice. Let's see. Yes, shuffle. All right. So let's grab this guy over here, the Chilling Rain. And let's go ahead and write you down. Why don't people claim in chat? Ooh, look at that. So Chilling Rain's almost halfway done. This is a great set. It's got the Altart Blaziken, and it's got the Altart Chilling Rain Galarian Moltres, the black and sort of like a maroon red, isn't it? He's more of a maroon red. Black and maroon red and white and silver. It's such a cool card, man. Beautiful card. Okay, so that's done. Let's get you the Poke Shuffle. All right, very nice. 1, 2, 3. Flipping this over. That's cold. All right, Mr. Jesse, that's a cold card. You guys are always welcome to have your card donated, but I'm supposed to actually give you these cards, so I'm going to find your bag real fast. Haha, found the bag. Good. Here's NHCC. Jump me the Rocket Mewtwo. Good. Jumping in. People's thoughts are actually mine, or reimagined in this chat. Maybe. I don't know about that. So nice to count. I don't know why. There's something hypnotizing about counting. Okay. This break is ready to go off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Odds of 1 in 14. Pretty tough. But someone's going to walk away with a Rockets Mewtwo. That's pretty sweet, right? All right. Dollar up here. Poke Shuffle is tempting. The Poke Shuffle gives you a chance for cheap slabs. There's also a $100 slab and a $100 5 Live Customs card in the box. And that's pretty cool, right? Oops. There you go. $187 for Final Fantasy box. All right, give me a number. Seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we have it. 7 of these. And now we're going to shuffle this. All right. All right. All right. Good. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Very nice. Haha. Shuffling these together. A 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 24, 18, 19, 55. All right, give me a number. Ooh. Went on such a nice walk today. The weather was so good. Shockingly good weather today. 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, there it is. There's the split. We're ready to go. So tonight, one person's walking away with the Rockets Mewtwo 10. Good luck. Joshua Whipple. Sorry, Josh. Blake Santoro. Oh, Blake had some luck earlier today. That guy's probably real happy about that. I don't know if you saw that, actually. Here's Jack Rapini. Sorry, no. Beatrice Moniz. Sorry, Beatrice. Colton Pinder. Boy, I could use a ice-cold water right now. Here's Caleb O'Barr. The room's hot, man. The room's muggy. Here's Marco. Sorry, Marco. No luck in there. Here's Caleb O'Barra. Caleb. Jack Rapini. Nope. Oh, we're getting closer to the end. Mr. Eddie Mendoza. Oh, Eddie picks up the star card. There you go, Eddie. The April showers will begin soon over here. There you are. For us, it's kind of like April tornadoes. Here's Andrew Martin. Oh, look at that. That's going to be Andrew Martin taking the chase card this time. Congratulations to Andrew. We got to finish it too, right? So here's Brandon. Here's Yugi Tao. Sorry, Yugi. And here's NHCC. All right. Whew. That is the end of the break. Take everyone's pull, place it to the side for a moment. Good. Good. Let's go ahead and fill these cards up. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oops. We got 95 viewers. How nice is that? All right, those are filled back up. Oops. Going a little fast there. Aha. Going fast with those bulk cards. 6 is here. How's it going, 6? So that's the chase card going to Mr. Andrew Martin. Congratulations to Andrew. We had a guy, he's a British YouTuber. He was in the stream earlier in the daytime stream, and he was asking a couple questions about our breaks. I think he was impressed. He was like, hey, those are pretty cool. Mewtwo won me my only Pokemon tournament. Is that true? That's a good story, man. Now, let's see. Here we are. This ticks up by 1. Good luck in there, Mr. Eddie. Rand's here. He's been here 55 months. That's a really long time. School's killing me. I'm going to quit and scout Pokemons. Are you back in school, Mr. Rand? How's it going? What are you in school for? Nursing? That's a really good job. We are. I know you were working in healthcare before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Up to 8 on the clearance card. I've been since January. Cool. You didn't tell us that. So you started some education back in January? I'm doing my master's in education. Oh, so you're thinking about doing maybe like working at a high school or working in a college or something? College professor, Professor Rand? Okay, let's get rotation here. That takes ever closer. Look at this mega break. Mew. We're going to have to call you Professor Rand soon. Okay, here's Snorlax and Fanpy. Well, we hope life's going very well for you, Mr. Rand. I always like to hear that you guys are working hard and doing whatever is ambitious. So I like that. It makes me happy. I'm a real believer in those things. Here's Arena. Oh, we have to pick out a new specialty break. Ooh, what should it be next? You know, I could do a break on one of those Magpies that Mr. Marco wants so bad. That'd be interesting. Just teaching staff in the hospital. Oh, okay. Okay, so Arena says Old Maid, Cardos Disney, 3 packs, Battle Partners Japanese. Just 1 pack of Battle Partners, 2 Black Flame Korean, Topps Pokemon Single, Karuta Pokemon Single, Weiss Disney Blau, and shipping. All right, let's get started. So that's kind of a big order, but it's a lot of little things. So we got 1, 2, 3, and 4. So there's 4 of those. Cardos Disney. Which stunning website tool can I use to get my IVN? There we go. So let's go get those Cardos packs. Oops, that's Lorcana. 1, 2, 3. Battle Partners Japanese. Okay, we got Battle Partners Japanese. 2 Black Flame Korean. Here they are. Aha. Topps Pokemon Single. Give me a second here. All right. Ooh, Raichu. Very nice. Karuto Pokemon Single. That's over here. All right. What's this? Oh my God, that's sick. Look at that, guys. Wow, man. It's sad that these don't get more attention. The Karuta cards are so interesting. Weiss Disney Blau. Okay, Blau. Oops. I'm going to knock that over. Ship my bag. All right, you got it. Ah, look at that. Lovely. He got little silly stuff here on his tummy. That's sad. Let's flip these around. What you got? We got Swirlix, Jigglypuff, Pipichu, and Totodile. Ooh. Good. Tossing this over here. And snipping this up. Snip. All right. No Journey Together, English. No, unfortunately, it hasn't arrived yet. We're hoping it arrives on Saturday. So we're not even going to have it tomorrow, but we're hoping it arrives on Saturday. Just how it is. I think it's because I live in Lake of the Ozarks. I think stuff takes longer to get to me out here. Ooh, Volcanion. If we're lucky, it shows up on Saturday. I really want it on Saturday. If we're unlucky, it's Monday. So we could be unlucky. It's okay. It's okay, though. We got a lot of cool vintage cards to break. And Journey Together, the English set, I think it'll be decently popular. When it shows up, we'll have fresh boxes and packs. And it won't be spoiled or anything because we've already spoiled it. We've opened it already, haven't we? Battle Partners. Oh, how ironic. Snow White and the 7 Dwarves. You know, I watched Gal Gadot singing one of the Evil Witch songs on none other than the Disney TikTok channel itself. They actually posted her whole musical number. It was all right. I actually thought that she kind of fit the role, Gal Gadot. She's like a lady who's considered pretty, but at the same time, she kind of comes off like an evil queen. So she fits the role slightly. She has like that deeper voice. There we are. All right. She actually seems like she fits the role to a certain degree. Or like she could be evil. We are. Too bad the whole movie probably just generally sucks. I saw also another musical number where the dwarves are singing, and it is so bad. It is shockingly bad. The CGI dwarves are a 0 out of 10. Holy moly. Okay, there we go. Dude, that movie is so trash. It's funny, there's so many people reviewing the movie, and I'm getting so many clips of it that I've seen the movie. Like, what scene haven't I seen? Oh, this goes up here. No, that's not right. Oh, there it is. Put one of the boxes in the wrong spot. Now, your bag's going to be all the way over here. I'm using Archer, says Hathim. Okay, so here is Irina. Ta-da! Oh, yeah, the Disney poker cards. We got these Disney poker cards for sale. I'm trying to liquidate the Disney poker cards at this point. So I'm trying to get a price where people are actually interested in them. Let's make it now. We're going to get an even better price on them. It's going to be 15 cards for $5. So we're trying to get rid of these poker cards. Just want to get them out of here. You know, like I want them off the menu. I want them out of the home. I've been giving some away for free just to kind of show you what they are. And I've been doing a discount price. Here they are. The discount price of 15 for $5. 15 cards for $5. That is pretty good. I haven't sold one round of them yet, so I think people are hesitant on them. Oh, look, now you get to move on. When can we expect the part 2 of your video of YouTube showing off your collection? So I kind of tracked that video, and like I said, if the video didn't perform well enough, I probably would not make another one. And I didn't think that the video performed well enough for it to really be worth my time, so I'm just not focused on that right now. Here it is, Arena. Ship my bag. All right. Miss Rena. Okay, here we are. Yeah, the video got about 1.5 thousand views. And we get so many more views than that in the shorts. Like, way more. So our long-form videos don't do very well. Maybe our setup needs to be greatly improved. You know, like maybe this all needs to be a lot more beautiful. Here we are. Hey, I'll order some right now before you ship my bag. No problem, I can add more. I'll just set your bag to the side, and when we run into that order, we'll pull your bag back up. That's a pretty good price, huh? 15 for $5. That's really cheap. All right. What's the new break going to be? Yeah, we got to pick out a new break. That's the fun part, huh? So we could keep going with the rocket theme, or we could do something else. I feel like as long as you guys are happy with what we have, that's what matters. Tossing this over here. All right, let's see. So we've got Tyranitar, Slowpoke, Kingdra. That card keeps going up in price. Did you notice that? Pidgeys, sweet, dude. You can't really go wrong with Gengar, Mimikyu. Those are always good. Pipichu, Umbreon. I think people are a little Umbreon'd out, if I had to bet. Giovanni's Gyarados. That's a good one. Giovanni's Gyarados. That is a rocket card from Gym Challenge. I like that one a lot. Okay. Let's get it going, man. Mister should pass Rand's wrench to me. He's trying to steal your wrench. Okay, let's see. Jim Gyarados. Uh-huh. Oops. Has he gotten more expensive over time? What did we buy our first one for? Oh, wow, he's up like $50. That sucks. I don't know if I want to replenish him. What is this? Oh. I just ran into a card. I think I'm going to acquire it right now. Times are cray-cray. Would go great with my Magikarp. He's a really nice card. Did you guys know I'm actually a huge Gyarados fan? Loving Gyarados. I'm just looking around real fast. Do I still have Misty's Gyarados? And why is Giovanni's Gyarados so expensive? Look at that. Such a beautiful card. They want 1.8 for that? That's a tempting card, man. I don't think I'm supposed to be buying that right now. Tells me we are still climbing. You gonna start growing my Pokemon collection? These prices are crazy. Mr. likes my style, or I like his. Nintendo must be so happy. Yeah, something like that. Alright. So, how bad do you guys want the Gyarados? That's my question to you. The Gyarados is a pricier break, unfortunately. I'm going to go ahead and look at some other options. Yeah, he is a pricier break. He's not super cheap, it turns out. Let's see. We just did this card, the Dark Espeon. How about this bad boy? That'd be nice. Magikarp. Whew. Let's see. Can we actually replenish this Magikarp? He's kind of pricey too, unfortunately, though, because he's English. All right, let's see. Nah, I don't know. The break on the Magikarp, I think, would move very slow because he's actually very expensive. Let's see. We also noted there's this Pikachu here, but he's kind of an expensive break too. Look at this. I love this card. I'm going to move that off the table real fast. That shouldn't be in that box. It should be in the Topps box. Look at this Lugia. I think I got that Lugia back from a giveaway that a person didn't finish. They should have finished it, man, because that card shot up in value. Here's a nice Magikarp. Master Ball Pikachu. That is a break I can really get behind. Here's a Shining Magikarp. A Neo Destiny Dark Tyranitar. That is a clever break because I think he's undervalued. We got some of these Gengars. Smoochum's pretty nice. Look at this. Look at this, guys. I got the Dialga and the Palkia together. You know, that was so expensive to do. Dialga and Palkia right there. Damn. That's for sale to the right buyer. It's not cheap, though. It's real expensive. Dragonite. Blasty Boy. Mudkip. Rick. I like this as a break. I'll tell you why. Because I think it's underpriced for what it is. It's got Dark in the name, and it's Tyranitar. It lacks something that makes a lot of the Tyranitars very valuable. This is a fighting type Tyranitar. Normally, he's got like a dark background because he's a dark type. Now, that's fair because he's actually dark and ground type. So this card is brown because they're representing his ground type. Okay. Oh, man, that Tentacruel is cool as hell. Melodic's nice. Delta Pikachu. What do you guys think? You've seen some cards now. What's standing out to you? Did anything stand out to you guys? What do you think of those? Oops, I'm knocking that over. What stood out to you guys? Anything at all? I feel like the Gyarados is still really tempting. I feel like the Dark Tyranitar is good. Delta Pikachu, he used to be more easy to do a break on. He's massively expensive now. I mean, really, really expensive. He would shock your socks off. He's so expensive. Going through the stack quick. Pikachu Master Ball. I like that one too, actually, 6. I thought that one is a good valuation. We also have Gengar Master Ball. The Master Balls were a Japanese exclusive. So I actually think that that makes them a good option. You know, we also could pursue a new Rocket Returns break. Don't we have that, ooh, Dark Charmeleon, that's nice too. I think I got these 3 Magbies. I could give a Magby up, probably. I'm looking to see if I got any more cards somewhere. Yeah, I think this is the box that should be over there. Hold on. Oops. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That's the second time I've dropped that box of slabs, dude. All right, so this box is meant to actually be over here with me. Huh? Huh? That's pretty good. I like that. Mimikyu. That's just insanely expensive. We should have broken one of these. It's probably only more expensive now. Charizard. Magikarp. I don't know. Blaziken pulled live. So we got to keep it. That's the rule. Halo. Oh, some of these are just for keeping, actually. Like originally intended. Oh, wow. I love that Slowpoke. Here's a Zucan Lugia. So weird. These are really strange. I don't really know how to feel about those yet. Oh, I think this one's a great valuation. The Mewtwo's a very good option. Altart Mew. Okay, here's Espeon and a really nice Aquapolis Kingdra too, huh? That Mewtwo's good. All right. He's repeatable. He's likely cheap as a result of that. So here are some of the best looking breaks for what we have, in my opinion. Delta Pikachu's like 750, 850, and a 10, right? And I'm not necessarily looking to liquidate out of my position on that card, which means I would want to replenish it. So we have the Master Ball Pikachu. We also have Master Ball Gengar, which should be over here. Where's my Master Ball Gengar? Right here. Yes. I happen to be a fan of Master Ball Gengar. I say Dark Charizard. We couldn't do Dark Charizard. He's too expensive. He would have to be a rare candy break at this point. In the past, that wasn't true. It is true now. You know, we've spent a lot of time on this. We got to wrap it up. Give me a moment. Wow, you know, there's a lot of Master Ball cards that are quite affordable. Oops, that's not correct. Curious what those... So here are my favorite picks. These 2 Master Balls. These aren't viable. They're too expensive. This is too expensive. Here are my favorite picks, because I want this break to be somewhat cheap. We got Pikachu, we got Gengar, we got Giovanni's Gyarados, we got Mewtwo. What do you guys think of these so far? Do any of these stand out to you? Which one do you guys think? Don't forget breaks history. Oh, yes, okay, so I haven't done that. Oh, yes, Light Dragonite. That's a nice one. This Scissor is possible. These are Neo Destiny cards. Dark Scissor is really cool. It's actually got Dark Scissor in the name. Oh, hey, I found this. There we go. Oh, look at another Magikarp. So how many of these Magikarps I got bunched up? Well, 2 of them at least. I'm going to put that Dark Tyranitar. Dark Tyranitar. So I like the Neo Destiny cards a lot. They sing to me. They say terrible things to my ear. Open us! Oh, man. Light Arcanine? Yeah. Light Arcanine. Amazing. I really ought to have a box just for the potential Master Ball picks. I think I originally had that, and it was a good idea, and I should keep doing it. Oh, yeah, right here, Master Ball breaks. All right, so these cards should all go in here because it's a good idea to keep track of it. Full stop, just run the Mewtwo, no questions, LMAO. Gengar or Mewtwo would be my pick. Gengar, says Louis Laura. Everyone say one name of one of these Pokemons. We got Mewtwo, Light Dragonite, Dark Tyranitar, Dark Scizor, Pikachu, Gengar, Giovanni's Gyarados, and Light Arcanine, which is a really fancy artwork. Just say their name, okay? Just one time, okay? Just say it one time. Don't pick two. Gengar, Pikachu, Mewtwo, Gengar. Did Pokemon XY have an online battle system? Say my name, say my name. Okay, Gengar, Gengar, Gengar. Pocho. I think it means Pikachu, right? Pikachu. Okay, so we got 2 Pikachu, 3 Gengar. Just say one of their names. We're voting right now. Robert says Gyarados. Dragonite. Yeah, the Dragonite. Light Dragonite's cool. Gyarados. Anyman says Gengar. Gengar's in. So he's definitely being picked. Not a lot of people voting, to be honest. Dragonite. We got 2 Dragonites. So 2 Pikachu, 2 Dragonites. Pikachu. So it's between these 3 so far. All right, people are real slow on voting. All right, we got to speed it up now. So these are going back down for another day, hopefully. And now it is time to create a actual poll. We're going to create a poll, and you guys are going to pick one of these 3, okay? So pick your favorite card. Oh man, that's so annoying. All right. I think these are all pretty close in terms of price. They're all pretty close, so there's not a big price difference. There probably is a price difference, but it's not huge. So pick the one that you like the most. All right, here comes the poll. We gotta have a system for picking these these specialty breaks out faster. Dragonite's actually leading. Vote now on which of these you want to buy into. This is Neo 4 Light Dragonite. Pretty interesting. This is Master Ball Pikachu. And probably a very popular one, Master Ball Gengar. What's fascinating about these, even though there's a lot of cards still left to grade, and they're going to be high pop modern cards, they're not going to be as common as you think because they're only in Japanese. There's Korean and Chinese, but most people probably be collecting the Japanese version. So Americans, they didn't get Master Ball cards. So I like that. But he's good. Law, 8 people vote in chat. 25 people vote in the poll. 27 votes. Dragonite's the clear winner. The poll is over. These are going back to the box. Light Dragonite is now the new break. He's going to be the lightning break. And so let me go get a price for him, and then we can get back to servicing orders. Send those orders in, guys. Boy, I'm so thirsty. All right. That's why English 151 sucks ass. It sucks ass. Well, this break isn't going to last very long at all. It's a short break. That was a good choice, actually. He's a bit cheaper than the Pikachu and the Gengar. All right, here goes. He is a 9-spot break with a 1-spot star card, so he'll be a total 10 spots. That's a short one. All right, oops. Blooming Waters, more like Poopy Waters. What? I just got more of those in the mail because they sold through so fast. Coughing, taking inhaler, trying to breathe. LMAO. I'm awake, dying, still getting over being break. All right, so this is the lightning strike break. Supposed to represent it moving fast. There it is. It is the smallest break, I think, other than the coin break. These are pretty hefty ones. I mean, this could be the that could be a rare candy break, couldn't it? Mega break. The coin break. So the coin break and the light dragonite share a thing in common where they're both 10. Final Fantasy break. Good. It's Robert Brown. Did you find my missing bag after the stream the other day, or are you just going to do store credit? Right. I could not find the bag. I think that it's possible that your bag was given to somebody else by mistake. So what we need to do now is work out a value for the cards in your bag. I think your best card was definitely that magic pull. If you can pull him up for me, I'll go buy you a fresh one. And then as for the other cards, just let me know what those other cards were, if there were any serious ones, and we can get you all sorted, okay? Also, if you don't prefer to have me replace that card, the Magic the Gathering one or any of the valuable ones that were in the bag, and you prefer for that to be like turned into store credit like instantly, we could do that as well. So, yes, so you have a Magic the Gathering hit card. I can't remember the name of it. I saw that. That one was a hit. Look that up, get the price on that, and then, again, any other card in the bag, just give me a price on that real quick, and we can either give you store credit or I'll go buy them all. James says, look at my last comment. You said an international bag can have 2 slabs, so if I somehow win the Dragonite, it will be good, right? Well, if it finishes tonight, if it finishes before the bag gets shipped, you gotta hurry and finish that breakup. Yeah. Yeah, we might leave the shipping for Alexis. So when Alexis is back, we'll beg her to get back to shipping, and then maybe win that Dragonite and it ships together. Let's see. Yeah, that's a big deal, saving on that shipping. Oh, we need to open a new box. Hatham, Hololive. Hatham only waited 30 minutes. Oh, no. We took way too long picking a card out, didn't we? I'll put these back down in the box here. Did you find my No Hollow Dark Dragonite 10? Oh, man, I need to replace that. Or are you just going to give me store credit? I apologize, Robert Brown. It looks a lot like maybe the bag was lost. Maybe it's still around. I don't know. This. You didn't sell me the bag by chance, did you? Hold on, wait. There's a Magic the Gathering card on this table that I have. And I asked myself, where did I even get that from? Here it is. Is this the exact card? You didn't sell me your bag, did you? This might be your card right here. Hold on. Let's see, Mr. Robert. Oh, I don't remember where we linked the video. I'm just thinking in my head, like, where have I seen that card? I feel like I've seen it before. I'm trying to remember when it was at. Was it out 50 minutes or something like that? Why do I have a feeling that's your card right there? Okay, here's our Duskmourn. No. This is a different card. You had some other thing. You had something called... I was just curious. I still don't know where I got this from. Oh, it's so hard to get this in frame so I can see what the name of it is. Okay, let me zoom in. So this is called... I can't even read it, dude. I see it, though. It's kind of a bluish card. I'm going to get all your cards replaced, or after we have discovered the value of those pulls, we're going to get you store credit if you prefer that, or even cash money, okay? So if you want cash money, I'll do cash money on them. So whatever is most comfortable for you. Overlord of the Floodgates. Nice. Is that expensive? I'm curious. I want to know how bad I'm out. Overlord of the Floodgates. Let's see. It's the English version of the Floodgates. Oops. we still got to take care of Hathim. He's been waiting a while. But this gentleman, Mr. Robert Brown, his bag went missing. And it's really unfortunate. But we couldn't find it. And so I'm offering to replace all the cards in the bag. So that is the rules. I buy your cards back for you. Oh, wow. There's something called a fracture foil. So yours was just sort of like a normal rainbow holo then. So here's one for $21. I could probably do $25 for you to be nice. Plus whatever the other cards in the bag were worth. So you can get it all added up real quick. And just tell me roughly what they were. You know, kind of give me a breakdown if you could. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you can have me cash you out with cash, or I can go buy all those cards for you and let you know when they arrive in the mail. Whatever you please. All right. So this is for Hathim. He likes our Hololive Elite Spark. Hololive is now on the menu. It's $6.50. Let's get it. I got 2 cases of this, actually. I didn't get 1 case. I got 2. So you see there's a case price. Keep in mind that case price is taxes already included and no import fees. So all that's paid by me already. So that's not a terrible price plus, you know, you got to pay to have it open here. So there's a little, right, there's a little bit of that. But it'd be very cool. You'll get like a whole hour of your own cards getting open in the stream. And, you know, we can show off the best pulls and get them ready to be graded. We are. Let me see if I'm in the rare candy break. Says John. You want to see? Hold on. So the rare candy break has a couple people in it. Jonathan Morris. Yep, you're in it. Colton Pinder, Andrew A. Martin, Blake Santoro, Travis Nova. That's a good one. That Lugia is real good. Okay. We got the lightning break. The lightning break's meant to move a little faster than everything else. All 3 of us in the clearance. That clearance break. That slab's no joke. I just sold one of those slabs. I see people on the table. I don't know how you value it because it's not a 10, obviously. But I think I just sold like a PSA 7 or 8 of one of those for like $800. I can't remember how much. Look at that. Aha. No Siggy popping out. I believe the chase in these cards is a signature card, is it not? This is Hololive. Fresh. We added it today. $6.50 a pack if you'd like to buy some of this. Fresh. No one's pulled any signatures. It just arrived. All right. That's for Mr. Athim. I'm in clearance coin. Just sent spot for Dragonite. Nice. All right. Very good. That's a Rocket Returns coin. So we kind of already have a Rocket break on the table. One of the girls kissed the cards, so it has their DNA on it. Is that true? Is that true? Did they actually do that? That's crazy. You're lying. He's lying. Jared says Final Fantasy Legacy. Jared. Okay, Mr. Jared. Give me a minute here. Mr. Jared, give me a second here. I'm going to take care of something for you, all right? All right. Jared. Welcome back, Jared. So, and I think he wants a whole box of this. Is this right? This is a pricey set. Mr. Jared, say something to me. One of the girls kissed the card, so it has their DNA on it. I'm going to send this guy a message. Mr. Got to start kissing the cards. All right, let's see. Whew, man, we've been busy. We had some parts of the week that were kind of slow, but it's actually really hard to judge exactly how busy or slow we are because we have this problem where all the orders used to come through PayPal, so we knew exactly how busy we were. But now that we do all these other, you know, like for example, today we got a $1,000 order from Anthony Kalura, and that doesn't get counted. So it's really hard to see how well we're doing each month. You got any of those tariff cards? Yeah. No, not the tariffs. All right. Okay. So, he ordered a whole box of this. PSA 9 tariff. If I could just get rid of that. TCC gonna start kissing our cards. One kiss is $5. All right. All right, here we are. Woke White flopped hard. Oh, I've heard so many different variations of that. Snow White, Dirt Brown, Off-White, and the CGI monsters. People are... I think there's a lot of people who are happy it didn't do extremely well, because I think it tells Disney to not take beloved stories and mess it up with modern-day politics. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20. Yes, so it's officially the lowest rated movie in the world, isn't it? For IMDb it is. Isn't that what I heard? I heard that somewhere. All right, cool, man. Let's get it. Snow White. You know, whether it was woke or not, the CGI dwarves were just atrocious looking. It was truly rushed. They were shoehorned into the story late into the production. It's so obvious. Like when she confronts the queen, and the queen looks back, and there's just this awkward scene where the dwarves are standing there in front of the door, and you're like, what's that got to do with anything? They're not doing anything. You know, they're just standing there like, oh, and we're here too. It's like it's such an obviously added in scene. Damn, it's horrible, man. All right. It was terrible. All right. By the way, is Pokey Pitch here tonight? I wonder if Pokey Pitch is here. He was here in the daytime stream. Let's see. We've got Goblin. So these Final Fantasy Legacy Collection cards have been selling pretty consistently. They contain a chance for some really fancy signatures that are very expensive. They include a new art style. Basically, it's the new holographics, where they look like refractors. Oh, what is that? That's cool, man. Edia? So they got these new refractor style holos, and they just look really pretty. Here's Flan. Hey, I made one of these earlier today. You are? All right. Here's Garnet. Oh. Meryl the cat. Speaking of cats, we have a cat that shows up to our back door now. Our house is kind of designed where the back door is on the second floor, but there's stairs that you can take up to the second floor. And there's this cute little black cat that comes all the way over here. I don't know where he travels from, but he travels far. He comes all the way over, and then Karis goes out and pets him, and he absolutely loves her. And then she gives him food. So he keeps showing up to the back door at night, staring through the window like, where's my food? Here's Cater. It's really funny. You don't expect it. Here's Thornton. I was watching him stare through the window tonight, and then he saw a moth flew onto the door, and he ate the moth. It was like, what the hell? Oh, man, look at that. Wow, man. There's your hit card, Cloud. That looks fantastic. By the way, I know what set this comes out of. This comes out of Soldier's Return. We've got that on the menu. It's a pricier set. So you can get the original version of this, too, if you want to go after that. That's Soldier's Return. We have a lot of it. I have a master case of it. Wow, that's fantastic, man. That is such a good-looking card. I bet that one's pricey. I don't actually know its value. I'm going to give it a top loader just to be cool, though. That is so good-looking. All right, here we are. Very nice. Better than the pit bull peeing on your grass. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I like cats because they don't bark. That's the one thing I really like about cats. They're not like territorial. We'll go through the book again, make sure we don't miss anything good. The cats don't bark. So there's a couple neighborhood cats that roam just like the dogs, but they just kind of stay out of the way. They're pretty private. You know, cats are pretty independent, and then they don't bark at anything. You are? That's my favorite part. Edgar! No gamma-cuh. No gamma-cuh. All right. Here's Rosa. Whoa. Sid Polendina. That cloud card's so good looking. I'm going to look at it again. Cats don't work with the cops. Here's Alice. Oh, my God. That's funny, man. We are. And here's Xenos. Ooh. And finally, I just like that they're quieter and kind of stay out of the way. Here's Stiltskin. Very nice. All right. Like a cat ain't going to run up to you and bark its head off and be like, get out of my territory. This is mine. It's like, bro, you don't pay the mortgage on this house. You get out of here. We had a little yip dog barking at the FedEx worker. FedEx guy, he was right in my yard, in my driveway, just delivering the FedEx boxes. And this dog, I don't recognize it. I don't know whose dog it is. One of those little yip dogs, not really a threat. But he's just standing like a few feet away from the FedEx worker, just barking his head off like, you don't belong here. Get out of here. I was like, bro, you're not supposed to be in my yard. Where's your owner? But all the owners just let the dogs roam. There we go. All right, so we did get some clouds. Ooh. Mister, you ain't seen city cats. They'll mug you if you aren't careful. Aha! Here we are. Meow. Give me all your kibble. Very nice. Pal Evo Toros Pop went up by 10 in the last month. The price still climbed by 210. All right. Stiltskin, Xenos, Rosa, Alice, Edgar, Sid, Ku, Cater, King Tycoon, Furion, Alice, Arc, Thornton, Merrill, Garnet, Flan. Lots of full arts. I gotta say, so the price is higher per pack, but you actually pull so many more full arts in just 20 packs compared to like the standard 36 pack box. So I feel like the price is actually correct. It's not like you're paying some sort of like unfair price. There appears to be a premium on this set because, yeah, you open 20 packs and you get like 5 full arts. So, all right, Mr. Jared, let's find your bag. Jared. James. Okay, here's Javier. Mr. James. Jacob. Let's see. You got a bag up here? Maybe he gets a new bag. All right, Jared, you get a new bag. Wow, what a fantastic opening. That was one of the best openings of the night so far. I got a lot of heartburn going. There it is. I had Taco Bell for dinner tonight. You know what I ate? I had I had 2 bean burritos. Can bean burritos give you heartburn? Maybe it's the red sauce in the bean burritos now that I think about it. All right. It's probably the sauce, isn't it? You know how I order my bean burritos from Taco Bell? With extra red sauce. Have you guys ever tried that? It's so good. It's incredible. Extra red sauce bean burrito. Try it. Cantina soft taco, the best. It's not bad. I actually don't mind it. You know what I like about the Cantino soft taco? I appreciate all the cabbage they put in it. It's like, it's got a real sort of like a hearty meal kind of thing going on. You got a chunk of chicken and you got a chunk of vegetable, and it's just not bad. Taco Bell is the equivalent to gas station sushi, cheap but disgustingly cheap. I think he means gross but disgustingly cheap. Yeah, it's it can be pretty gross, that's for sure, and it can be pretty cheap too. Taco Bell's for poor people. I'm not a poor person. I just appreciate Taco Bell sometimes. 2 rounds of the Disney pokers. Oh, now you like the Disney pokers. All right, you're gonna get 30 of these bad boys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's too many. So there it is. Me? 2 rounds of the Disney Pokers. My order? It says NHCC, 2 rounds of the Disney Pokers. Yeah. Yeah, your order. All right, Mr. German Filipino. That's an interesting perspective. I got a little bit of German genes. Yeah. One of my grandparents, I think probably my grandfather, must have had some German on my mom's side. That's 5, 6, 7. Oh, there's the chase card. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right, so he pulled one of the best cards out of the box. What I'm going to do, I'd like to reload that, and I'm just trying to sell through these at this point. So you get all these cards. It's like a whole deck of cards, basically. Yep, you got them all. Look at that Minnie Mouse. That's really good. Yeah, that's really good. I really appreciate the Minnie Mouse, too, but that was a black and white Minnie Mouse, right? Ooh, that's cool. Minnie Mouse. All right, so you kind of swooped in and bought one big round of these, huh? Yeah, these are 15 for $5. That's cool, man. These are very gradable. PSA will grade these. We've already graded them before. I got Moana. I think you did. Like I said, you bought like a half deck here, pretty basically. Yep, that's Moana. Yep. Yeah, but, you know, my main genes actually are sort of like from the UK-ish. I got a chunk of British, a chunk of Scottish, a chunk of Irish. And so that's the largest chunk of genes. I guess I'm real mixed, huh? Then a whole quarter is Filipino, but you couldn't tell I was Filipino just by looking at me. We are. All right, but some of my siblings you could. It's really interesting. All right. Genetics fascinate me a lot, actually. All right. Ooh. Okay. You got to go pull the original Snow White. Ooh, your box is full. NHCC, the box is full. That needs to be a double box. That's how you solve that. Do you have another box anyways? Yeah, you got a box down here. Let's grab this box and add to it. If I already paid for shipping and it hasn't gone out yet, can I still grab something? I think you can. When did you pay for it? Yesterday or today? If you paid for it today, then I think we can still add it, yes. All right. Rena says, I'll take a round of the Disney poker cards. All right, give me a moment here, Rena. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That doesn't count. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right, these are the Disney 100 Years poker cards. Yesterday I got the email saying the label was made. So the only problem now, ooh, there's the Snow White. I was just mentioning that. The only problem now is I'd have to go hunting for your shipping amongst all the shipments. So there is kind of a cutoff period. It's sort of like if you want to add to your bag, try to get that done within the same day. That's what I'd say, because I don't like, once the process begins, once all the bags are settled, I don't like to touch anything. Usually that's when a mistake is made. This, all right, PT Pan. I'm sleeving every one of these individually, huh? We got a little Alice in Wonderland. Peter Pan syndrome. What do you guys think? All of us card collectors, you think we got Peter Pan syndrome? They're like Disney. They're Disney adults. I've been hearing people call Pokemon card collectors the same as Disney adults. That's not true. I'm actually so mature. It's not like I scream every time we pull a little kid's card. Oh my God, we did it! Oh my God, this is the good one. All right, there we go. Dapper, are you international? If you're international, maybe we can figure it out. Louis Laura's here. Hope you're having a good night. I remember you mentioned my bag was set to expire in April, so I'm sending you a payment for shipping. I also want one last prismatic for good luck. The address is correct. All right. Sweet. Louis, what we're going to start doing in the future is if you want to store your stuff over here longer, we're going to allow that for $5. So if you prefer not to ship, and some people I think have a reason not to ship, if you prefer not to ship, we'll extend it for a year for $1. I'm sorry, for $5. Not one. One's too little. Where is it? Is it far, far away? Leon. Oh my gosh, it's so hard to reach these. Ugh. Aha! Ship, otherwise I'll forget and you won't see me in another 2 years. Smart move. All right, here we are. I do think people forget that they have cards with me. I think that's one of the causes of the expired bags. I think people just don't even realize they have cards anymore. All right, so here it is. A nice Lewis Laura bag. Do we have like a nice little thing we can pop this into? That'd be nice, would it? No? All right. We'll just make the label. That bag's from all the way back of 522. Wow. Been here a long time. All right, Lewis Laura, you saying you haven't moved anywhere. We're increasing the weight. Disney's terrible. Bleh. Hey! Disney's my favorite company. I love... Oh, there it is. Stamps has encountered a problem with your request. Why does it do that? I don't understand why it does that. There should be 0 problems with my request. My request is good. Stop. Here we are. Oh my God, it doesn't even allow you to select the service. Like the service menu moves on its own. So when you try to click on something, it scrolls away. There it goes. All right. So there it goes. Now let's hit print. Print. Stamps has encountered a problem. Wow, this is some shit software, dude. That is some trash-y software. Let's try that one more time. Stamps has encountered a problem. Oh my God. I'm going to go reset Stamps. Let's see if that fixes the problem. I just can't believe how bad this is. This is some booty software, man. This is really bad software. We printed like a label earlier. And then one label later, it's like, nah, I can't do it anymore. I'm going to go online and I'm going to see some reviews on their software. Somebody else has got to be having this problem. Make Pokemon games great again. I think he just means that we're going to put a bunch of tariffs in the Pokemon games. 8. All right. Trump really does like tariffs. He thinks the trick's going to be taxing everyone else. Very fascinating. I wonder how that works. It's so interesting that these countries tax their citizens so much. Like Europe really loves to tax its citizens. Really high taxes. But when you tax Europe, the leaders get very, very upset with this. They go, wait! We don't want to pay taxes. Here we are. It's kind of interesting how tariffs kind of reveal that about people, you know. America doesn't like paying tariffs either. No one likes it. But they tax us, the citizens, so much, and we just say, all right, go ahead. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'm going to go have a quick sip. I'm so thirsty. All right. Ta-da! Here we are. France's income tax goes all the way to 55. So sad, man. Communist France. Here's Miss Magus. Dude, I'd be mad too if they're raising the retirement age. I'd be like, you already take all my money. Wild stuff, man. All right. Ooh, Kingdra, huh? I think his price went up. Moving that card. Europeing. Hey! It's too much. Too much at some point. Mr. Eddie is jumping into the Light Dragonite. Rawr. That's a pretty cool Dragonite. Nah, that's nuts, man. I get upset because I think the people of France should not have to pay that much taxes. And I don't think super taxing the wealthy necessarily works. I think you can tax them a certain amount, but if you tax them too high, they run away. They say, I'm buying a gold card in America and getting out of here. Haha. Did you guys hear about that? You hear about how many of those gold cards we sold? Apparently, it was a huge number of them have already sold. Not only is that interesting from the perception that it means that we made money selling these cards to guys who probably would have made it into the country anyways, right? Like rich people would just apply and probably get in over time. They've got the time and the money and the organizational skills and people who can help them with it. They would have gotten in the country anyways, but now they're paying and we're making money off of it. But on top of that, here's a really fascinating idea. Not only do we now earn taxes on them, the countries that they used to live in are losing their rich people. So like if you have guys from France who bought these gold cards, they're not paying taxes in France anymore. They're over here paying taxes. How fascinating is this? All right, so now we've got James Gower, 1 Dragonite spot. Do you think the world has to go into a depression every now and then to wipe out failed government bodies? Gosh, I don't know. It's like beehive collapse, I guess, right? If you got a beehive with stupid ideas, it collapses. I mean, Rome collapsed, right? But I don't think the goal is to allow that to happen twice. Yeah, World War II, we don't need to have World War III. But so we try to learn from the past and avoid all those mistakes. And I think we have learned from the past. But yeah, I don't know what happens next, to be honest. Itchy eye. Did you get the prismatic pack that I placed with my shipping? Says Louis Laura. Louis Laura, I am just a little bit tired tonight, and I'm pretty sure I missed that. So let's go get that corrected. I'm sorry about that. I think I was amazed by how old the bag was. I was thinking about it. Got distracted. So he's already 3 out of 10. Let's get that prismatic pack for our good friend, Mr. Louis Laura. All right, Louis. Looks like we're pulling this fresh box for you right now. It would be bad for 2 to 3 years, but it would be stronger later. Well, so, you know, if you're a very fair-minded person, if you're a strategic thinker, you can think of the best case scenario and the worst case scenario. So in the best case scenario, let's say all of Trump's ideas play out. We end up with way better trade deals, less of a trade deficit. Do people even know what a trade deficit is? I feel like Americans probably don't care. But we end up with less of a trade deficit. A lot of manufacturing jobs open back up in the United States. American workers have better options. You have better income. America export goods that we actually produce. And we avoid World War III. Maybe we have control over the shipping highways with Greenland and Panama Canal. Maybe we have this sort of union with Canada that makes a lot of sense. And America just becomes super productive and super, like, well-positioned in the world. And the next, whatever, like 50 years are now set up to just kind of go nicely. We are. No lack of rare earth minerals. No worry about, you know, energy production. Here it is. There's no fight over car manufacturing production. That's a big deal, by the way. The country that gets to build the cars, the vehicles, they get to ship it and sell it to everyone else. So it's kind of a big envy to get to sell the cars. And one of the problems with that is the car manufacturers, they hate paying the car unions, the vehicle unions, all these huge chunks of money to make the vehicles. I keep wanting to say cards. They don't want to have to pay them. And so they go, well, let's manufacture it in Mexico. Screw the American worker. They want too much. Mexican workers work for half of that. So they really do just ship the jobs out of the country because they don't like paying us American wages. They go, we'll sell you the vehicle, but we will not allow you to make it because you will get paid too well and we won't make as much profit. So let's get this out of here. We got to make profit. Marco says, if you vote on the break, you should buy into it. Oh, yeah. Here you go, Mr. Marco. So they export the jobs everywhere and sell them back into the country, and it's just sort of frustrating. And so maybe in the best case scenario, the tariffs are it's this crazy discovery for the United States that the tariffs are pretty effective, perhaps because even when there's tariffs being applied by the United States, none of these other countries want to stop selling to us. It's like, all right, there's this huge customer, and it's just maybe the biggest consumer in the whole world. It's the biggest customer in the whole world. And they say, you won't get a bigger customer than me anywhere. I'm the biggest one. You have to give me a better price now. Bada bing, bada boom. Or I'm going to tax it out of you either way. And what do? Do you just give up? You say, no, I'm going to quit doing business with you. Maybe it turned out that America had sort of like this leveraging that it didn't realize or that it never took advantage of. And Trump just, realizes it. No one else did. And then we're just making better money. Like America just brings in more money. That's it. That's a best case scenario. Now, I think a worst case scenario, the EU falls apart. The European Union, NATO falls apart. America becomes enemies with everyone. Russia and China, they don't fall apart, and they stick pretty strongly together. And maybe even start picking us apart a little bit and getting weird alliances with us. And it just totally doesn't work in anyone's favor on our side, the Western side. And we experience some kind of monetary collapse that includes people abandoning the dollar. And Europe has to waste all its money on its own military now. And maybe there's even a fight breaks out. Who knows? I don't really know. It can get pretty dark, I guess, in theory. I think more like the most likely outcome is Trump will get away with some of his tariffs, but not all of them. And he will use the tariffs as a bargaining tool for better trade deals. But I don't think his intention is to strictly just, whip all the other countries like, I'm going to tax you to death. I think he wants to say, look what we could do, but I'm sure that you're going to work out a great deal with us now because you don't want me to do this to you. And the whole thing with Greenland's really fascinating. I wonder if that could trigger a war with Europe. This small country called Denmark owns a huge chunk of North America. This giant chunk of North America, it's on our continent, and there's just this tiny little European country all the way over there owns it. And it's like, you can't defend it. You don't have an army to defend it. What right do you have to this country? My eyes so itchy. I find it all very fascinating. I could talk about it all day long, I guess. Do you think the U.S. dollar will collapse eventually? It could. It could if we're not careful. It could. All right, let's see. We've got Miss Beatrice. Can I get a spot in the Dragonite? Whoa, well, the Dragonite's moving, man. Here it is. Holy. Funny, Mr. been hitting us with the tariffs on these Pokies for years. No, I've been hitting you with the Pokey love. Here it is. All right. Good. There we go. Only the government can tax you. Aha. Governments don't like it when they tax each other, huh? They like to tax their citizens, but if you tax them, they get very upset. They go, oh, you can't do that. For the United States dollar to collapse, America would have to lose its military influence, its economic and trade influence, and its consumer influence, which I think is what Donald Trump's kind of leaning into. He's saying we have really powerful influence around the world because of how much we consume. So if we say, China, we won't buy a single one of your items ever again, I think this causes a recession in both countries. But so, if you're trying to use that leveraging for something, maybe it works a little bit. Who knows? But he's a very disagreeable guy, and so everything he does just seems to be another fight. Here's a them 3 more of the new Hololive. Ooh. It was odd seeing another nation warn about our expansionism. Here we are. Yeah. Putin's very clever. I saw that. He was warning about that Donald Trump's very serious about taking Greenland. Think of the irony of that, because Putin literally has troops in Ukraine right now. And he's like, oh, Europe, better look out. Trump's going to invade Greenland. So he's playing his political cards well. And maybe he always has. I mean, maybe that's the deal with Putin. He's stayed in power all these years. Maybe he's actually kind of good at politics. I don't know. But it's so ironic. He's got troops with North Korea right now in Ukraine saying, I'm not going to give any of this land back. You're going to give the land to me. So, you know, he's warning. Oh, look out, guys. He's warning Europe that Trump's going to take Greenland. Here we are. It's very funny. From one conqueror to another. So, but, you know, it's funny because I think maybe Putin's saying, I could be your ally in this almost. Just give me Ukraine. Look the other way. I'll help stop Trump. Or maybe he's saying, see, I'm not so bad. Trump's doing it. Or maybe he's doing another tactic. Maybe it's sort of like, hey, Europe, do you really feel like you can fight me when you've got bigger problems in your backyard? So who knows? But either way, he's played his cards, and I think it was a clever move. And, man, I wonder what the relationship between Trump and Putin really is. Like, do they actually like each other or not? But Putin just does whatever's best for Russia. That's all he does. Whatever he thinks is best, that is. He's very pro-Russia. If we mess with Greenland, China will take Taiwan, my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I think if we take Greenland, we don't have the moral authority to say, hey, you can't have Taiwan. But I think the difference is that Taiwan is very well armed. So I think China would struggle to actually take Taiwan. And I think the way Trump would like to take Greenland is just for, you know, to warn Europe and to warn Greenland, like, just hand it over. Because if you don't, we will invade it. And so I think he's going to do one of those, and he says, you know, it's going to be way better for everyone if you just accept our money and let us have it, or we can go take it, and then it'll be sucky for everyone. And, yeah, I don't know. But I think probably Greenland will accept a deal where it says we want to be independent, and then when they're independent, maybe they sell to United. I don't know. Carlton Wicks. We were talking about it in the daytime stream, actually, and it's just a very fascinating subject, all of it. We are. Trump's like a chaos maker. Think about it. He's making all this chaos. And I think with all this chaos going on, you know, all this shaking up, all this rocking the boat, he's hoping that when the dust settles or the cookie crumbles or whatever, that we're in a better position than we were before. Ooh, Carlton Wicks, 3 pokey shuffles. Those are cold pokey shuffles. Hey, it's Miss Strawberry. You goat any graded illustration rares? Oh, I goat them. China has the one China dream akin to manifest destiny here. Wasn't Taiwan originally part of China? Wasn't there an agreement that we were giving it back? Hold on. Didn't Britain, what's that, Hong Kong, agree to give Taiwan to China? China? The issue with Taiwan stems from the Chinese Civil War. The United Nations recognized the People's Republic of China as the legitimate government. Let's see. Does China have a right to Taiwan? So Taiwan's just part of a civil war movement, huh? Okay, so Taiwan's a country that was formed out of the Civil War. Oh, I'm just reading, okay? It's so interesting. There's so much to learn about the world, you know. Light Dragonite, trending. That's definitely trending. All right. Next up, we have Kendo Pelor, 1 Hololive box. You got it. Let's give it a try. We have 2 cases of this, by the way, so if you would like to open up a sealed case of this Elite Spark, I'd be happy to do that. You'll definitely get the hit in that case. Well, the best part is we'll record it live. They vowed to come back, but they couldn't, so they developed their own temporary base into a country. Oh, wow. That is so fascinating. So I must have been confusing Hong Kong with Taiwan. Hong Kong was promised to China by Britain, wasn't it? And actually, I was just reading about the Opium Wars because I was thinking a lot about how our fight with fentanyl is kind of similar to China's Opium Wars, which led to their century of humiliation or whatever it was called. Here it is. They were defeated economically by like Britain when they wanted to retaliate for all the opium that was destroying their people. And they lost chunks of their land. I think they lost Hong Kong during that fight. So I was learning about that because, you know, I'm really fascinated by the problem of fentanyl in America and understanding it better. I was talking to the AI bot. It was saying about since 2011, maybe 300,000 people roughly have died from fentanyl. Wow, that's hard to imagine how many people that is. Almost makes the 9/11 attacks look tiny. Like, I think it was like 4,000 or 5,000 people died in the 9/11 attacks. So 4,000 or 5,000 died over there, but fentanyl's killed like 300,000 people over the years. Preventable deaths, and it's so extreme. Especially one of the years was so bad it hit around 100,000 people, and they're saying that that's the estimate. We don't actually truly know because sometimes people die from fentanyl and there's no way to know. But also it contributes to a lot of illness and heart disease and all this other stuff. And so the actual total damage is much higher than just the people who died. There's people who went to jail over it. There's people who had serious health problems over it. People who lost their family, broke their family up. People who went onto welfare. The communities are damaged. The image of the community is ruined. And so the total economic damage from fentanyl is thought to be around $10 trillion. $10 trillion. Let that sink in. $10 trillion of damage. It is over time, that is. And wow, it's just so powerful. And so it makes you think, like, this is kind of our opium wars, isn't it? I don't think, I've been alive for a little while. I don't think I've ever heard of a drug in the United States, ever, not from the past all the way up till now, as deadly as fentanyl, right? We had a whole war on drugs in the 90s and the 2000s, but that was for like weed. It was like weed and a couple other drugs, heroin maybe. And, you know, so you always heard about drugs in the background. They're bad. People do drugs. It kills them, you know. But you'd never heard about a drug that could kill you with just a pinch of it. A pinch of it and you overdose and die. Ooh. Konnichiwa. So I feel like fentanyl has definitely reached this stage where it's our opium war. This is the modern American opium war to rid its country of fentanyl. And we have to do something about it before it continues to drain our economy. Because, you know, those maybe about 300,000 people that are died, they would have worked all these years. They would have worked. They could be working right now. We lost a significant chunk of our population. Ha-ha. You got first buzz. All right. We lost a significant portion of our population that would have been probably most of them productive or working had they not gotten addicted to this thing. We've got to make that money to buy stuff from Mr. Yes. I wrote a paper how the suicide net at the Golden Gate Bridge was a waste of money compared to targeting the fentanyl problem in San Francisco. Well, you can do both, obviously, but I think maybe the point of your paper is sort of like, you know, we care so much about this one problem when there's a significantly greater problem over here, and we're not addressing it. Here we are. Hong Kong was previously British territory, but the UK and China made a deal to have Hong Kong eventually absorbed back into China, slowly removing the previous democratic policies. All right, there you have it. Thank you for that, Mr. Dapper. Look out for the hours in Hololive, the OURs. Let's see. So that's an SR. That's hard to read. All right, I was watching. Fentanyl users, there's only so many Walmarts to employ people. Here we are. Under the same name. Please read last comment. Very educational. the message retracted ones. You're funny, man. All right. So that's for our friend Kendo Palur. Thank you, Kendo. I appreciate it, man. It's a serious subject. I feel like I appreciate the problem with addiction you know, because a lot of people will actually kind of talk down to people who struggle with addiction. I don't really think that that helps too much. I think addiction's sort of like this biological problem where your willpower has been defeated. And so if it's defeated, it's defeated. So you need some kind of intervention. Here we are. And I think that drugs primarily are designed specifically for that. That's the whole purpose of them, is to be so powerful that you can't say no to it. It's addicting. That's the term addiction. Did you have a box? Where was I keeping you, Kendo? Oh, you're right here. Oh my gosh, I'm looking all over for you. You're right here. I'm so stupid. All right. Move some stuff around here. I still haven't put this away. I need to put this away, huh? Look at that. That's cool, huh? All right, Kendo. Okay. Yeah, like if people just had enough self-control, we'd all be skinny, healthy, beautiful, no drugs. We just say no to bad stuff as long as you believed it was bad. You know, nobody's questioning whether heroin or fentanyl's bad. So you just say, that's bad, I'm not going to do it. And there'd be, because you have perfect self-control, there'd be no problems. So really it's a self-control drug. And same with foods and stuff like that, like sodas and alcohol and cigarettes. They're all sort of like addictive, right? Pokemon cards have an addictive quality. They give you dopamine. You're like, I love these to death. I'm going to sacrifice my child to get a new Charizard. But at least these are not, you know, you're not injecting anything into your veins necessarily. But yeah, so obviously stuff like, you know, fentanyl is really bad. It's just killing people with a pinch of it and you're dead. So I feel like that's our opium war, and it's going on right now. And none of our politicians in the last, whatever, like, I guess like 10 years, 15 years have been effective again. It's about 15 years, I guess. So none of our politicians have been effective against it, and yet it's so insanely damaging. And so I'm curious if the Trump administration will find some way to actually get rid of it. Mr. Thim, another 3 Hololive. You got it. Ah. Let's see. We should promote psychedelics in professional medical settings and applications. Most addiction would be remedied. You know, you probably read a lot about that. I have not. Be addicted to smashing that like button. Hell yeah, dude. That's a message I can get behind. Settle down there, Rick James Kennedy Jr. Kennedy Jr. Studying international affairs for my grad work has been fun and stressful. Moral of the story, humanity is its own cure sometimes, but it's also capable of enormous good. Here we are. Psychedelics aren't controversial in that context. Psychedelics overrated. Sure, in a clinical setting it could work, but we're a long way from there. Mr. Speaking the real facts. I know the pull rates of the Hololive TCG. All right, here we are. So, but you know, fentanyl is just on this whole other level, man. And it feels like I was also reading about sort of like where it's all coming from. Ooh, what's this? Is this an ORS? No. So a lot of the fentanyl does actually come from China, but China, the government does not like that. Apparently, the Chinese government is not a big fan of the fentanyl. They don't like drugs, probably because of their history. They're not a big fan of drugs. And the problem is, apparently fentanyl, you just buy the ingredients. You don't, you know, so it's really hard to stop the creation of it because you don't need to buy it. You just buy the ingredients. And so it's really hard to track, you know, it's really hard to sort of regulate it, I guess. Maybe I don't know how much I believe that or not, but let's say it was true. I realized the real issue is the groups who are purchasing these ingredients, mixing them, and then distributing them. Those are the biggest problem. If you think about it, let's say they were cut off from using China for purchasing the ingredients. Well, then they would just go to the next biggest seller, wouldn't they? So they'd go to this guy, they'd go to that guy, maybe they buy from, who knows? But they would just go to the next country and buy from the next country. So you could completely fight with China to get them to stop selling the ingredients for this drug. The problem is the people who buy the ingredients and mix it. So I think that actually does squarely fall on the cartels, the drug cartels. It is at them. They're the actual group that you have to target extremely hard to try and stop the fentanyl. Here we are. All right. Apparently, China started working with the United States recently, a couple years ago, to try and regulate the ingredients harder to try and cut back on the problem. All right. So, but again, if you can just go to the next country over and just buy from them, problem not solved. All right, the queue is empty. If you guys would like to open some cards, send in an order for whatever set you'd like to see opened. We have a new set. It's called Hololive Elite Spark. It's going to have Hololive signatures in it. And just came in. I think that set's probably going to sell pretty well. We've got 2 cases of it just in case. We got all these cool card sets right here. Halo for $18. Topps Finest X-Men. We got Dragon Ball. This has been selling well. So Dragon Ball, we got the Battle Partners and Hot Wind Arena or Heat Wave. OP11 for $4. EB2 for $3. That's a really good price. That's actually really good. 9.5 Legacy Edition Final Fantasy. We just sold a box of this today, and it was beautiful. And we pulled a cloud. It looks really good. But we have not pulled the desirable signatures out. Here's Sneaker Bunko is now a $6 pack, and Oshinoko 2, and then Terra Festival. By the way, Oshinoko 2 is a fresh case, if you didn't know that. Terra Festival Korean has been added to the menu. It's just such a great thing to have on the menu right now. Money to be made, there's no stopping it. I think there is. I think you can stop drugs. I think you have to have the willpower to stop it, right? It's like saying, oh, well, Japan couldn't stop fentanyl. They have to have a fentanyl crisis. Japan doesn't have a fentanyl crisis that I know of. I don't think they have a drug crisis, a fentanyl crisis in China. I don't think they have a fentanyl crisis in Singapore. I don't think they have a fentanyl crisis in South Korea. They don't even allow weed in South Korea. So, you just have to tighten some I don't know, you have to tighten some, what do they call those? Spigots? Faucets? You have to tighten something in order to try and actually have the willpower to fight back against these sources and say, this is wrong. We won't allow it anymore. We don't want to be cool. We don't want to be cool and do drugs after school. We want to stop this. It's so damaging. It's so awful. And I do think it's willpower. The American people have to want this from our politicians. But, it's really about the economic cost. It's really about the literal number of deaths. I mean, it's shocking how many people have died from it. Look at that. Nice Weiss Schwartz Hello Kitty Blau party. Here's Trafalgar Law. We're taking a picture of these cards now. El Salvador did it, but they do have a much smaller population than Mexico. Oh, you're saying El Salvador got rid of their drug problem. Yeah, I mean, I question Mexico's ability to get rid of their drug dealers. It could be that their cartels are so strongly integrated into their financial systems, like their private business sector, their public sector, meaning that their government officials, they could be so heavily integrated and have so much controls in there that maybe Mexico's just compromised. Like, it's at a point where it can't save itself. Have you thought of that? It can't save itself. And, this is such an easy thing to sell. Obviously, it's very lucrative to sell drugs. So they don't want to or they can't. And they might, I don't know, maybe they need some freedom. All I know is that America has to stop receiving that drug. It's got to stop, That's what I know. So I support that. Again, I've seen the estimates is $10 trillion. That is the estimated economic cost of the drug war with the fentanyl. And then, again, just the number of people dead since 2011 is estimated maybe around 300,000. That's an estimate. It could be higher than that. It could be lower than that. But let's say it was 250. I mean, that's still insane, right? And we know that the actual report, it was back in 2023, it was 100,000 people in 1 year in 2023. So the number could be higher than 300, in my opinion. All right, let's take a picture of these. Mexico does not have a drug problem. They have a healthy export business. Right. Yeah, I was researching that as well. So I got an estimate that said maybe about 6 to 7% of Mexico's entire GDP is selling drugs to the United States. Wow. Could you imagine your economy collapsing by 6 or 7% overnight because you stopped an illegal activity? I mean, it's almost like you can't do it. You'd go into your country would go into a recession if it fell by 7%. But what's crazy is that number goes higher if you include other activities that are also illegal, like human trafficking. So it's just a matter of fact that their economy, whether that number is wildly off or maybe it's too high or maybe it's too low. But, if it's even 3 or 4% of the total economy, you can't just lose 4% of your economy overnight. It's really a bad thing. But it's fascinating because I was reading some cities in Mexico in particular are well known that they get almost 25% of their entire income is just illegal activities. So that the city would collapse without that money. You can't just lose a quarter of your income. I suppose you could actually, but it would be very bad, especially if you weren't already known to be wealthy. Which I don't know all the details on that, but yeah, it could be a very frustrating and difficult position to have to be in. there would be a recession if the drug trade was taken down. It's 15 to 20% of their GDP. Now, that's not true for the entire country of Mexico. That's what I was reading. So it is about 20% in certain cities, but the entire country of Mexico, it could be as low as like 3% of their GDP. But I got an estimate that said like 6 to 7. And so I guess it's kind of unknown to a certain degree what amount is total brought in. But I don't think it's a small amount. All right, I'm spending my Doge check on Pokies. I heard that there's an update on the subject of the Doge checks. I heard we are probably getting those. I heard they're writing legislation for that right now, for Doge checks. All right, let's see. You have to replace it because you're right. You can't simply remove it. Some Geodudes. Who doesn't like a good dude? Look at the coloration Look at the coloration differences. One's a darker brown. You know what I think? This is the international version. All right. But they don't define it that way. They don't tell you on the back. Pretty sure that's the international version. All right. Do you guys think the Doge checks will happen? I think they might actually happen. We might actually be getting Doge checks. Also, it would make sense. Let's say Donald Trump's economy was looking kind of, maybe a little iffy. If Donald Trump simply issued free money to people, that would immediately boost the economy. And then he would turn around and say, like, look how good I am. I'm so good. Look at my economy. Damn. So I think that's kind of what you saw with COVID when those stimmy checks hit. Stocks kind of jumped, didn't they? Because all of a sudden, people are taking those stocks and dumping them into the market. I'm sorry, they're taking all those free money dollars and dumping them into the market. There is one different, though. If this money is coming from, saved money from Doge, it's not quite totally inflationary. It's just that the money's been reorganized so that instead of being in the government's pocket, it's in your pocket, which I totally appreciate that. I like that a lot. All right, I'm ready to put a price on these. I've got 2 of them. All right. Mr. Trump was one of the first people that advocated to shut down all international travel. You are? Oh, during COVID, you mean? COVID was such a sad situation. So many people died during COVID. It was really sad. And then there was a lot of economic damage, too. There's a ripple effect from that as well. People rely on, a good economy in order to pay their bills, in order to pay for their health care, in order to pay for, in order to live a life, in order to have children. And so when the economy is crippled, the effects are not like, oh, I took this bayonet and stabbed you in the stomach. And yet, people die anyways. People who were in very bad situations and they needed some kind of free money or support, that dries up and then they die. There's no more free money coming from anywhere because the country is so lean, it's out of money. So, yeah, I mean, when the money dries up, it's not a good situation at all. And COVID kind of did that a bit, didn't it? Okay, so we got some nice Geodudes here, $120 Geodudes. Lovely. I've read if the Doge checks do happen, they won't go out to people making less than $40,000 in taxable income a year or something different than the COVID checks. Oh, that won't be popular at all. That's the majority of the voters. I don't think that'll work. They got to give them something. But I think I know why you're saying that, because they're saying the checks deserve to go to the people who actually pay taxes. Because if you're only making below a certain threshold, the government takes almost nothing from you. Almost nothing. They do take a little bit, but they don't take much. And it's the people above a certain threshold, that's where all the money comes from. Here it is. I think there was an analysis. Doctors and engineers pay the very most taxes of anyone in our society. It was like doctors, engineer, small business owners. Small business, I can tell you from my experience, what happens. The business sales get taxed by the government. And then when I claim that as income, as the owner of the business, I have to pay income tax on it. So it's a double tax. It's so crazy. I get taxed 2 times. If you've held a job and never ran a small business, you're used to being taxed 1 time on your income tax. When we do our taxes for our business, the business gets a tax, And then I'm one of the employees, the only employee. Well, no, I guess Alexis is one and Mike's side is one, but I'm the one who gets the payment. You know what I'm saying? I get the payment from the company. And yeah, the whole thing gets taxed the second time. It's like, oh, it hurts so bad, dude. You look at that number and you'll understand my feelings about taxes a little more if you could see the number, like the percentage. And the percentage just, it's not right, man. It doesn't feel right at all. It's like, why am I paying all this? I hate it. All right. That's why I get all obsessive about maybe like moving to a no state tax state. Because it's like, maybe I can keep a tiny amount more of all this stuff I'm working on. I don't feel like I didn't earn the money. I feel like I definitely earned the money. I can feel all the work I put into this. You know, I can feel I'm 6 years older. I'm heading into my 40s soon. And I gave up a lot of free time. I didn't go on vacations or do anything nice. I really worked. And so I feel that. I feel closer to death. I felt like my life juices have been squeezed for me to a certain degree. And the government just says, oh, good for you. Now, we'll take about X amount of that. Damn, bro. Let me live. I can't breathe. I already read that. Do you think it would be a good idea to have a good chunk of Dogecoin if all this happens? No. I don't like Dogecoin at all. It's an inflationary coin. It's a meme coin. It was one of the meme coins, you know what I mean? Like, it was blasted off, except for when Elon went on SNL and then it collapsed right away. Do not buy Doge, in my opinion. If I was buying a crypto, I would probably go buy Bitcoin. I'd probably be one of those Bitcoin purists and just buy one coin based on this sort of like theory that if the concept of crypto itself is good, then you really just need one crypto probably. So I'd probably be like a Bitcoin guy if I was spending a lot of money on crypto. And I think Bitcoin has done very well for people, especially who were in it early. I think that if you bought in at just the right time, it did very well. It doesn't always make you money, though. I can tell you that, too. I've lost some money on Bitcoin before. It can lose you money real fast. 7.7 earthquake just hit Myanmar. Uh-oh. Myanmar gets hit with a lot of earthquakes, don't they? Okay, tail end of the race. Amen, dude. Saving 8% is huge. If they stop taxing overtime, I don't need a stimmy. Oh, nice, man. Yeah, I wonder if I can start, like, counting my work as overtime or something. I wonder if that would work. I paid more than $400K in taxes myself last year. I think Dogecoin is a waste of money, in my opinion. There's infinite supply. Bitcoin is more safe. Yeah, although, you know, if you can just produce a new cryptocurrency entirely, and it can work effectively about as well as Bitcoin, then it's almost like Bitcoin is only finite in the value of its brand, whereas tokens, online tradable tokens using the whatever technology, the blockchain technology, they're like near infinite. You can just make a new one, and then after that you can make a new one, and then after that you make a new one. I know that's limited. You actually have to have a whole system in place. You have to have you know, like the miners. You have to have you know, you have to have a whole software system in place in order for it to all actually operate. But in a sense, it's very easy to replicate Bitcoin over and over again with new crypto technologies, new crypto projects, I should say. And so, and those projects can be set up to have way more coins than Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's more like a brand that you're buying. You're buying a brand. Also, I've spoken about this concept that if you can trade Bitcoin fractionally, which you can trade it fractionally. And if it's just traded fractionally to like some tiny minuscule amount, like 1/1,000,000th of a Bitcoin, or I don't know if there's some sort of limit to that, maybe 1/1,000th, the limit on Bitcoin becomes less and less meaningful. So it's like, you know, even if the Bitcoin reached $1 million per Bitcoin, you can just trade in it with like $10 back and forth. You're not buying whole cryptos, but you're not buying whole tokens. Do you see what I'm saying? So in other words, what I'm saying is that the concept of the scarcity of the cryptocurrency doesn't really matter. Like this card, if there was only 10 of them, then there's only 10 of them. And 10 guys get to own it, or one guy gets to own all 10. But with Bitcoin, let's say let's say there's only 10 Bitcoins. One guy owns 9 of them, and then everyone else has just got one coin left over. Well, they can split that into fractions and just trade it back and forth as fractions. So the concept of crypto scarcity it's not as good as the scarcity of like a precious metal or maybe like a Pokemon card, because of this power of software to get out of the problems of scarcity. But again, not only that, you can then just go make Bitcoin too. Boom. Now you got a similar functioning coin token, and it can have a very high, very high supply, and it can do all the same work that Bitcoin's doing anyways. You put your money into it, you transfer it across the ocean, you buy something illegal in another country, bada bing, bada boom. You see what I'm saying? So, like, I've always had some criticisms or some skepticisms, I should say, of crypto, and yet I do feel like we will head toward a more crypto-like world. I think what's going to happen, especially, you're going to see government cryptos that have the ability to spy on you. That's going to be the number one thing in crypto, I think. I don't know when it happens. I think that'll be it. The American government will develop FedCoin, and the purpose of the blockchain will be to catch you for not paying your taxes. That'll be it. So that's when we'll see crypto become completely, maybe necessary to use, like required. And so I have a bit of a darker belief about what's going to happen next with crypto. Because the crypto bros are all like, well, crypto is going to be decentralized. You're going to be free. The government can't get you anymore. I think it's the exact other way around. I think crypto will be the new way that the government gets you. And when they reach that point, they'll force everyone to use crypto. All right, so we got the Nazgul Rider for $33 here. That's the second time I heard someone pronounce it scarcity today instead of scarcity. I like saying Scar City. Here we are. All right. It's pronounced scarcity. Scarcity. It's better than gold because it's not inflationary. Yeah, so that's what people say. And, there are people who they debate. They're like, it's not even real. Like, how can it be better than gold? All it is just a hash of, it's a string of numbers and letters passing through an encryption machine. That's all it is. But it has a function. It has a function. It does. You pass it through this system back and forth. You can trade with it. So it does have value. It has this ability to be traded across the ocean. It's not only that, but just this idea that it's got this ledger and this sort of like independent system. It doesn't require like some sort of privatized bank to run it. So all these ideas sound very fancy and very good. And yet I feel like what people don't understand is the most valuable thing about currencies isn't the power of the brand. It's really just the military that backs the currency. So the United States has a real military. Bitcoin does not have a military. That's the biggest problem for Bitcoin. That's the problem for all cryptos, in my opinion. Cryptos will be like a product. They'll be like, like you could buy Monopoly money and you can trade in Monopoly dollars if you'd like. Actually, I think that's kind of how the government sees gold and Pokemon cards. They're just products to the government. The government doesn't see them like a currency at all. And so Bitcoin, it's like this toy that you can trade really effectively with. It's super powerful. There's companies investing in it, millions, billions of dollars. And it's this really fascinating new thing. Society's still kind of, it's been around for a while now, but society's still sort of, dancing around with this feelings about it, I would say. I think there's plenty of people who prefer to just have regular money and not have Bitcoin. Plus the actual effectiveness of using crypto to pay for products and goods. When I walk around at Target or Walmart, they don't ask me for crypto. They ask me for dollars. So the power of a currency is the power of the military behind the currency. This is why I think that cryptos will always just be a product, and that's it. But by the time that the government decides the blockchain technology can be used to track you all day, they will finally implement it, and they will implement it for their own gain. They'll be like, you can't escape taxes. You can't do illegal stuff. We can see what you're doing with the money on the blockchain because that's how we set it up. And you must use this new Fed coin. So it'll be used to spy on you. I think that's the future of all cryptos. It's just going to be government spying eventually. All right, let's see. I sent the government a PSA 7 drowsy for payment. I keep getting nasty letters. What happens to the national debt if Fed coin becomes the primary currency? Fed coin will have a value relative to the dollar probably. But it's really fascinating, isn't it? I think that Trump's a president who has experimented with releasing cryptocurrencies, and he has no doubt he has made a lot of money off those cryptocurrencies. So cryptocurrencies have this ability where the issuer of the currency gets very wealthy because of rug pulls, because of fees. And I think Donald Trump has definitely, and especially because he's got Elon Musk, whispering in his 84-year-old ear or however old he is, but he has definitely considered releasing FedCoin and doing a worldwide rug pull. America could do a rug pull with the cryptocurrency called FedCoin. They can release 10% of it into the wild, hold on to 90% of it, and say, this coin, FedCoin, this is backed by the U.S. military. We will accept it for taxes. You can use it as legal tender anywhere in America. And if you buy it now, you're going to be part of the early, the early movers who get super wealthy off of it. You know what I mean? And so if they did that with FedCoin, it would skyrocket to the freaking moon. You'd have all these countries trying to buy some FedCoin. You'd have countries investing in FedCoin. Meanwhile, the United States is sitting on a backlog of 90% of the actual coin, the physical tokens, the literal tokens. And this ability to do that, I think, could actually be leveraged to pay off some of the U.S. debt. So if they did all that, rug pulls are generally quite nasty and mean, but if they used that for the U.S. debt, it would be almost like a clever rug pull that our politicians do on our behalf. But I don't know, maybe other countries would get very angry at a rug pull. Maybe if the rug pull was done in a very slow and steady way, though, who knows? It's a fascinating idea, and it makes me wet at night. Here's Eddie Mendoza, one waifu shuffle, and can I move one of my Dragonite spots into the Lugia break? Yes, sir. Let me do that for you. Here you go. Ba-doop. I think FedCoin would just be a stablecoin tied to the USD. No. I think that they would want it to explode in value. Maybe they even do a thing where they say, hey, United States citizens can buy FedCoin before we release it to the rest of the world or something like that. You know what I mean? Who knows? You're right. It could be a stablecoin, but who knows? I just think that there's a lot of opportunity because, again, the issuer of a new cryptocurrency always gets wealthy from that cryptocurrency. There's struggles, too, with quantum computing being worked on so heavily. Quantum computing changes the world. It changes encryption, especially. Computing has always worked as a binary, zeros and ones. And when you work with binaries, you have this problem where computers can't do certain math models because it will take too many years to compute that math model. All right, so let's say you got this equation in front of you, solve the equation. Oh, it will take you 15 million years at the current computation rate. It'll take you 15 million years to solve it. Because again, it's binary, it's linear. On a graph, it goes up like this. It solves problems like this. Quantum computing changes that. It has the ability to be on and off at the same time, 0 and 1 at the same time. And this allows it to do exponential mathematics. So now it's able to solve mathematical problems much faster in a timeline that looks like this, like a curve that goes up really fast. That's an exponential curve line, right? And the reason that's so important is because if all of a sudden all of our passwords are based off of these mathematical, equations and models that say solve the equation, and you can't do it because it takes 15 million years. But then the quantum computers come out and say, wow, we can do it in like 6 months. It's all broken. You have to re-encrypt everything with new math models. And you have to bring in mathematicians that say, well, here's a math model that's so difficult, even a quantum computer couldn't crack it with exponential, with the ability to compute in exponential speeds, which who even knows what that means, right? Like, can they utilize that? Like, does it actually work that way? If you can be on and off at the same time, 0 and 1 at the same time, is that, what are they actually, but they're all working on it. So it's just like AI. The quantum computing can change the whole world because when we start cracking these unsolved math problems that we've never been able to solve, but a new powerful computer can actually solve it, we will be able to explain more about the physical world around us. And that could change many things. Like new physical knowledge could change how we harvest energy. And that could change the whole world overnight. So quantum computing is a very big deal. All right, Eddie Mendoza, we moved over one of your cards to this. And now we're grabbing you a Waifu Shuffle. Binary, is that a new group in LGBTQ? It is. The way a computer works, it's a really fancy mechanical machine. It's just a machine. It's just like you got a saw that cuts lumber. It's just a fancy electrical machine. That's all it is. And it works on electrical signals that turn on and off. That's it. They turn on and off. And those on and off signals are zeros and ones. And so it does that really rapidly. 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. And this creates a code that tells the computer how to think. So, you know, like 001001 means something to the computer. Partially because we actually tell the computer what it means with little memory banks. Oh, that's cold. All right. So how fast the computer can flip that switch, zeros and ones, how fast it can flip that switch determines how fast your computer runs. If your computer can flip the switch at like mind-numbing speeds, well, you can do like Monster Hunter Wilds 3D graphics, super, you know, the 480, 127p, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like 1000 FPS. So the faster your little computer chip can turn the light switch on and off and actually use that too, that's what determines the power of your computer. And you just, since it's a linear 101010, since it's all linear, it can only go so fast. There's like this ceiling to how fast it can go. But being able to be on and off at the same time, 0 and 1 at the same time, that changes the ability of the computer to think, basically. It can create the same signal, two signals at the same time, and that's as far as my brain understands quantum computing. Some people understand it much better than I can, but that's the gist of it, and it's very, very exciting to talk about because it's going to change the world. And, you know, you hear about Google, you hear about Microsoft, and they're working on it. I'm sure China's working on it, France is. Well, I don't know why we disconnected there. Maybe the computers heard me talking. I certainly did not touch the wire at all. I wasn't even moving. I was just talking. I don't know what happened there. Makes me question everything. All right, Hathim. I think the computers heard me talking too much and they said, shut up. I must have said something that offended them. All right. But yeah, I was just saying quantum computing will change the world pretty dramatically, but the way that this ties in to our conversation about crypto, the way this ties in, almost all the current crypto models run off of these blockchain, runs off of these ideas that there are these huge math equations that have to be solved using like, computer chips that are solving the equations at a certain speed. So you need a certain amount of computational power to solve these equations and prove that, you know, there's a connection made between these tokens moving back and forth between two, you know, whatever you want to call them, modules or something. And so you have to be able to send that token over and say, this is authentic. This is from this guy. It's really his. It's safe. He has control of it. No one else does. No one else can access it except for him and the person he's sending it to. So it's a big blockchain is basically just this. Ooh, what's this? Blockchain is basically just this gigantic encryption machine is what it is. That's what crypto is. That's what blockchain is. It's a giant independent encryption machine. It's an encryption machine with tokens you can pass back and forth. It's very clever, but it's not like the craziest things we've ever invented. But it's clever, right? No, the idea you could do that with money is fun. It's useful. However, when the quantum computing comes out, that breaks that. I'm pretty sure. When useful quantum computing comes out, and that's one of the things about the blockchain, about Bitcoin, you can't hack it. It's too hard to hack. It's got these big, giant rooms full of computer chips that have to do work to create these blockchains to make sure that everything is put into the ledger, like this A went to B, and yes, it really was his, and he's sending it here, and no one else can touch it. In order for all that to run, they have to have these giant rooms full of computer chips that do these mathematical encryption models all day to prove it all. And then one really good quantum computer that's actually functional can just come in and break that whole thing. So that's one of the problems with the idea of FedCoin. That's one of the problems with crypto in general, is you got quantum computing around the corner and it could change everything. And if you're going to put millions of your dollars into Bitcoin and it could be hacked one day by a quantum computer in China, that is going to be a very sad day for you. It's going to be a very sorry day. You're going to wish you had gold, actually. Gold is kind of interesting because it has no technology to it. It's not hackable. You can't. There it goes again. I don't know what's going on. I'm not touching the wire. We have a faulty connection. I think it's the computers. I think the computers can hear me talking about them, and it's disconnecting me. So maybe I'll unplug it and plug it back in. If it does that one more time, I'm going to unplug the wire and plug it back in and just kind of push it all together, see if I can get it to stop doing that. Must be a very weak connection right now. But yeah, so, you know, if you get a very smart, a very effective, very useful quantum computer, and now it can solve mathematical models at an exponential rate rather than at the linear, you know, binary rate, this could break a lot of encryption passwords, and you're going to wish you had a bar of gold, because if your money's in the bank, that can be stolen. If your money's in Bitcoin, that can be stolen. You know what can't be stolen? A bar of gold that you just got in a locker in your home. Well, it can be stolen. I say that, and it can be stolen by a thief or by a fire. Although I think after the fire's done, you can still pull up the metal off the ground. But a gold bar has no technology, which is what everyone complains about. They say, well, I mean, oh, it's so inconvenient. Look at it. It's so inconvenient. You can't even trade it over the interweb. That's the point. So in the case that, you know, a solar flare wipes out all the internet, you've still got your bar of gold. If hackers one day with new technology can hack all the old cryptos and just wipe all the bank accounts and all the cryptos out, you still got your bar of gold. So that's why there's a case for bars of gold. That's why there's the gold guides. They're excited. They're like, yeah, it's going to play out our way. It's going to go our way. You just wait. Shane Blalock, Dapper Tepu here. 2 Final Fantasy Hidden Legends. All right, let's get those Hidden Legends. Let's see. So the gold guys are saying one day you'll see, one day you'll be sorry. You should have bought gold. Conveniently, I sell gold. They always say that. Conveniently, Hidden Legends. Oh, that's this one. Here we are. Haha, Hidden Legends. You'll be sorry. By the way, are you looking for gold? Conveniently, I sell it. I happen to sell it. All right. If hashes get solved quicker, then it makes the problem harder exponentially. Gold bars don't even have Wi-Fi. What a rip. All right, but, you know, it's not just gold, right? Like, you could own a home. A home's physical. You can't hack a home. You can hack a computer in the home, but the home is lumber, it's nails, it's copper, it's, you know, it's the all the smarts that went into building it. All these guys had to know how to put a home together. So homes are like gold a little bit, but maybe a little more productive than gold. It is. All right. But you're not going to pay for, like, if there's some sort of collapse, it's doubtful that you're going to pay for anything with the home. You're going to pay with a coin. And one day, if the world is like post-apocalypse, you might be paying for things with silver and gold. We are. Or Pokemon cards. I'm gonna be trading for food, bullets, and women with my Charizard collection. Wow, this guy's got Charizards. He's rich. Remember money? I remember money. Everyone's just trading with Pikachu. I don't know. I don't think that'll happen, right? It's funny to imagine that Pokemon cards become a form of currency deep in the future after the great collapse, right? After the nuclear wars wipe all of us out and just a few people remain and there's no technology left, but the Pokemon cards are like shiny and people still want them. They're from another time. It's fun to think that way, but I don't think that would really happen. People would just be struggling for food and water. You can't eat Pokemon cards. Shane, did you need a new bag? Shane Blalock. We're going to get you a new bag. All right. I'm going to invest in bomb shelters and resources like food and water. Yeah, well, I mean, if you think we're really close to a nuclear war, that's not a bad investment at all. And in fact, some of the wealthiest people in the world like to buy bomb shelters in New Zealand. How crazy is that? So there's a bunch of bomb shelters in New Zealand where all the wealthy people are going to fly if there's ever sort of like an end of the world scenario. Because when you're super duper duper wealthy, you have the ability to set up for something like that. You go, you know what? I'm just going to set up just in case. Probably never going to happen. But I can spend $10 million on my underground bunker. Why not? It's like a drip of money. It's a drop of money to me. Might as well buy my bunker and get it all set up. Mr. You ship and receive stuff from other countries. What's a tax ID? A tax ID often, they might be asking for your business tax ID, which is something you get set up when you have a business. I don't know why they'd be asking you for your business tax ID. Yeah, why don't you try Googling that one? Your tax ID. I think it's like a separate number from your social security number. And I don't know if individuals have tax IDs. I think businesses do. I'm shipping something from Brazil. From Brazil? Oh, good luck, man. I hope it's not fake. What? Jesse Salinas, Prismatic Pack, and 1 Holo Shuffle. All right. PSA is tougher to get confirmed. I've stopped sending for now. Yeah, that might cut down on demand. I don't know. Again, I call it the Pristine 10. PSA Pristine 10. That's great if they want to do Pristine 10. I don't know why they would tamper with that. Because everyone chose them because they graded softer than BGS. That was the whole reason PSA grew. They beat BGS because everyone wanted PSA's Gem Mint 10. It was easier to attain. Cold 1 Makuhita, Jesse Salinas. You like the Bigfoot? This is a nice Bigfoot. It's priced at $200. It's a MetaZoo Kickstarter. So this is back all the way back when MetaZoo was getting started, and you could order, before the game had actually printed, you could order a box. And so it's from a Kickstarter box, right there, KS for Kickstarter, first edition Kickstarter 10 Bigfoot. $200, it's a reverse holo. If you want the full holo, that's even more expensive. It's a nice card. Every Japanese, Chinese card I submitted got a 10. Yes, but that's because the Japanese and the Chinese cards were always printed better. And so one of the ways you relied on PSA was because PSA would take cards that were sort of like borderline. You know, they were like weak 10s, strong 9s, weak 10s, and occasionally it'd turn those weak 9s, strong 10s into a PSA 10. And that was really, really valuable. People wanted that. Graders wanted that. Buyers didn't mind it. You know, they said, PSA 10's a PSA 10. Now if PSA's saying, see that microscopic white dot on the corner? 9. The question becomes, why grade with PSA? I don't want a PSA 9. I want a CGC 10. Maybe CGC is still doing it. I don't want a PSA 9. I want a Beckett 9.5. Or let's say you got a card and you know it's super cool. It's super clean. And you're in line to get a pristine 10 from PSA. Well, here's my question. Why not just try for the pristine with Beckett? Because if they like it enough, it could get upgraded into a black label. And that's huge. It's like times 10 the value. I don't know if times 10 is the right word. But yeah, it's very valuable to get those black labels. Those cards just sell really well. Not only that, but I've been doing this 6 years, and black labels have not changed their margins. So all this time later, black labels are still doing exceptionally well. So, you know, if I had to choose between a pristine PSA or a pristine Beckett, I'm going for Beckett. Beckett's going to give me a chance for the black label. So PSA making a mistake. If they are tightening up their grading standards, that's a mistake in my opinion. Why change it? They're the winners. They're at the top of the stack. It's not even close. They've pulled way ahead of all the other grading companies. It's not even close. And then they say, see our secret Krabby Patty formula? Let's change it. Why? Why? You're already the winners. 3 more of the new Hololive for Mr. Hathim. You got it, Mr. Hathim. All PSA needed to do was put on black border on the new 10s. I think all PSA needed to do, honestly, if they want to have a pristine 10, is just add pristine 10. Don't change the label. Don't change anything. But instead of saying Gem Mint, just say pristine. And people will be down with that. They'll be like, all right, cool. I got pristine 10 from PSA. You're going to have to pay me a little more for that than the Gem Mint. I don't think that it will make all the Gem Mints valueless either. Maybe that's why PSA is scared of it. But, you know, if you got like all these PSA 10 Gem Mint, you know, vintage cards, like me, I have a lot of those. I don't think it reduces the value of them. It just means now you can resubmit the best looking ones and try to upgrade them to pristine. All right, let's see. You know, and if they remain Gem Mint, there is a market for Gem. Like, look, this is a Gem Mint card. There is a market for this Torchic. Just because he didn't get CGC pristine doesn't mean no one wants him as a Gem Mint 10. I got some Gem Mint 10s myself. I've shown them off. All PSA needed to do was put on black border. Why not CGC pristine 10? Well, because I feel CGC's made a mistake too. CGC used to have something called the perfect 10. It's basically black label, but CGC. And they got rid of that. What are they thinking? They're like, no, we can't have gem mint, pristine, and perfect. Yes, you can. That's what Beckett does. Beckett has gem mint, pristine, and perfect. And they are going to get my business because you got rid of your perfect grade. So I don't know what they're thinking, but they got rid of it. And when it happened, I kind of commented on that when it all started. The news came out. I was like, I don't think it's such a good thing that they got rid of their perfect 10. Oh my gosh, I never grade with CGC anymore because every time I reach for my computer to submit cards, I go, why would I grade this here and not with Beckett? Because at least with Beckett, it could be a black label. And so they have given up a very important positioning in the card grading space. And I wish they would listen to me rant about this and because I'm passionate about card grading. I wish they would listen. I grade a lot of cards. I understand the graded card market. They got to bring back their perfect 10s. It's got to be a thing. Just keep the label the same. Golden label for pristine, golden label for perfect. Just bring it back. And they will see so much more business if they bring the perfect 10 back. And I don't know, maybe they can improve their technology and make a claim that they do it really well. I don't know. If they ever have a perfect 10 on the market that they think didn't deserve it, they can offer to buy it back and get rid of it. That's something I think Beckett should do too to protect the brand. And PSA, all of them should do it. If you ever get a card that really is not looking up to standard, buy it back, destroy it, downgrade it. All right, we're back. Yeah, definitely having some problem with our wire. I wasn't even touching the table and we disconnected. So I unplugged it and plugged it all back in. So hopefully it doesn't do that anymore. Hathim says, last 3 Hololives of the night. You got it, Mr. Hathim. All right, they would need to bring back subgrades and all that if they wanted to bring back perfect. I don't think so. I don't think they got to bring back the subgrades. I don't think they got to do that. I badly want CGC to bring back the perfect grade. Right now, it's all about Beckett for me. All about Beckett. That's how I'm looking at it. PSA changed to be more like Beckett, but guess what? PSA doesn't have black label. CGC, I think, has a place for your weak 10s. If you have a card and it looks like a weak 10, you try CGC Gem Mint because that's going to be better than a PSA 9. See? So I do all the logic. And maybe that's why you guys hang out, okay? Because we do the logic here. We figure it out. So it's good to have these conversations out loud, and I'm good at these conversations because I've done it for so long. I've thought about it for so long. You want a CGC Gem Mint on your weak 10s, and you want a pristine Beckett on your strong 10s because, again, maybe a black label. PSA has put itself into a bad position. It used to be in this fantastic position where it was between a Gem Mint and a pristine. Now it's not in that position anymore. Why would they do that? But we've got more cards coming back from PSA. We'll just keep an eye on those. We'll see how tough those grades are. We'll see if they change at all. What is a subgrade? A subgrade was it's this. 9.5 centering. So Beckett's explaining why it's not a black label here. It's saying it's a little off center, and the off centering must be very, very slight. I actually think it's thinner on the right rather than the left. So, they're saying the centering's slightly off, therefore no black label for you. That's what they're doing. PSA will create a new tier for their 10. I'm sure they're just experimenting, I believe. Yeah, if it's just an experiment, it's an experiment gone wrong. Why would they do it? They're ahead of all the other companies by so much. And then they say, you know what we ought to do? Throw it all into chaos. All right, let's see. I would not have made that decision if I was PSA. If I was PSA and we were this far ahead, I'd say don't touch anything. All right, here's Ponita. I don't love how PSA labels look. I prefer the Beckett or tag. Maybe it's my autism, but I don't care. I don't care about the red. I don't care about the blue. I don't care about the black. I don't care about bada bing. I don't care about bada boom. None of it matters. And I try to teach people this because I love, the educational side of things. The only thing that matters is that the card inside is the correct grade. Okay, so if this really is a 9, great. If that Shelob really is a 10, great. I don't care who graded it, but as long as it's truly a 10. Because you can always cross it between the companies. And so that's what matters the very most. And you see me picking up cards like this one. Let me show you. So I got this card so cheap. I didn't write it down. But I remember even back when I bought it, it was cheap. But look, here is a Cardos vending Pocket Monsters Gengar. And it's a really beautiful card. And I got it much cheaper than a PSA 10 because the guy was selling it as a SGC 10. And people just, they're racist. They're racist against SGC. I don't like it. It's ugly. So I got this at a much better price than the PSA price. And I'm confident it will cross if I want it to cross. And I don't even want to bother. I'm just going to keep it just like this. And I'm going to sell it for the price of a PSA 10 one day. I swear to God I will. Because that's what will happen over time. A lot of people will start to realize, you know, as long as the card inside looks good, you know, shine a light, get a magnifying glass over it, tilt it, show all the edges and everything. It's a 10. It's a great looking card. And but maybe I'll cross grade it too to make a point. But the thing is, yeah, so you see this a lot with the card grading companies. Like this Gem Mint Torchic might not actually cross to a PSA because PSA is going to be a pristine and this is going to be a Gem Mint. But so then that's its value in the market. Its value in the market is sort of like it's in this space between a 9 and a 10. And it should be a 9.5 probably, but CGC got rid of their 9.5. Well, it upgraded their 9.5 to a Gem Mint 10. Now they got it like a Mint 9.5. So this is going to be a weak 10 with PSA, but PSA won't define it that way anymore. Now PSA will say this is not even a 10, it's 9. And maybe they're worried about CGC nipping at their heels. I'm not sure. But I big mistake from PSA in my opinion. Big mistake. You say truly a 10, yet you say you would submit cards with PSA that were borderline. That doesn't sound like truly a 10 to me. Borderline cards are an interesting case. They always exist. And, you know, if you think that PSA handles borderline cards better than SGC does, then you can discriminate against SGC for that reason. But you don't actually know that because most people haven't actually submitted lots of cards with SGC. Guess who has done that? I've done that. It's very hard to get 10s with SGC. They have a tough grading system, probably tougher than CGC right now. So when I see a CGC 10, I just assume there's something slightly wrong with it and it's a weak 10. So it's in this sort of like categorical way of thinking. Weak 10s, strong 10s, pristine 10s, perfect 10s. And again, as long as you understand what you're buying and you're getting that value in the price, then the brand doesn't matter as much because it's the card that matters. Does that make sense? The real money is in the 8.5s. Yeah, the 8.5 is totally underrepresented. Is Beckett any good? Yeah, Beckett's very, very, very tough. Beckett's one of the hardest graders. So if you send in your cards, you can expect to get a lot of poor grades. Are you ready? But PSA's become really tough. Javier Arroyo, 3 of the new Hololive 3 Korean Terror Festivals. Oh, yeah, you got it, man. How's it going? All my grading questions come to this YouTube channel, lol. I've never seen anybody grade as many cards as this man. Well, I mean, there's other groups that grade a lot of cards too. There's groups that do middle manning. There's groups, but I'm very passionate about it, and I stare at it, and I think about it, and I look at every single card that I send off. And so, you know, I would rank myself as up there with a lot of other people who have passion about it. There's a lot of people in the hobby that are passionate about these things. And there's other people who probably have perspectives to share as well. It's just that I have a perspective to share, and I have the experience now. I've really graded a lot of cards. All right, let's see. I graded 10,000 Cardconomist cards. What do you think of that? So I did that too. You know, when you're forced to sit down and do that, you start to gain a certain perspective about what the graders at PSA probably go through. You get cards where you're sweating. You're like, do I give this a 9? Do I give it a 9.5? Or do I give it a 10? We are. You start sweating. You're like, oh, man, I don't want to ruin this guy's life by giving him the wrong grade. All right, 3 Hololives. They're over here. Hololives are selling well right now. I'm going to start my own grading company and add a scratch and sniff to each different card. Yeah, you can start BBC grading. And the best grade is the big black grade. Big black label. BBC grading. All right. Very nice. All right. We actually had a stream years ago before I started the Cardconomist grading. We had a stream where we all talked about the funniest possible 3-letter acronyms. You graded for a company? No. We have our own grading, Cardconomist grading. And I'll show you. Hold on. Give me a second. I show this off all the time. But we get new people in here all the time, so I show it off all the time. Just give me a second. Let's see. Mamma mia. Here it is. Well, no, not this. Hold on. Where do I keep it? Oh, I found it. Okay, I found it. Hold on. Shift these around real careful. All right. I'm just going to grab one of them. I'm not going to grab the whole box like I usually do. Sometimes I grab the whole box. Now, we haven't worked very hard on this in almost a full year. We've taken a break because we lost the guy who was working with me. Here we are. So we were pumping a pretty decent chunk of these out a year ago we were. But again, we had to take a break. I need a new guy to help me with the encapsulations because I don't have time to do the encapsulations. All right. Sneaping this. Nice. And sneaping this. Hello, Mister, and followers of Mister. Here we are. All right. Flex the Shining Kabutops. Yeah, that Shining Kabutops is somewhere around here. Jonathan Lewandowski is buying that back for me, believe it or not. It's very cool because on the back of the label is a QR timestamp that you can scan, and it takes you to the moment that it got opened. How cool is that? Oh, konnichiwa. All right. What is this? This is like a second pull. OSR. Is that valuable? OSR? I feel like these Hololive, the Hololive official card game was printed pretty well. Feels like a really nice card stock. It's got a nice thickness to it. Nice gloss. I like it. Feels good. That's a good pull. Ah, sweet. Hat Girl. It's gone between you all ×2 now. Here we are. Here's this, and here's this. Ta-da! He sold it to me, and I'm selling it back to him. I got the better price, though. But I guess that's to be expected because, you know, when he went to buy it back for me, if you think about it, it's now an older card. The card prices have moved up. So the rule with Pokemon cards over the last 6 years has pretty virtually always been, you better just hold it because your biggest regret will always be selling your Pokemon card when you should have held it. Like, I sold my test tube Mewtwo's from Shining Legend going, there's so many of these. They're only like 500. I'm selling out. You know, so I got rid of all my test tube Mewtwo's, right? Thinking this one's not very good. $2,000 card now. Probably $2,500 if I had to guess. So all you had to do was sit on it. That's all you had to do. All you had to do. You just had to sit on it. Sit on it and don't sell it. The person who does that the longest wins. It is the person who keeps, you know, increasing his collection and building like this position that's really remarkable and then just never selling. That person wins, in my opinion. And that's what's going to happen. I think Pokemon cards are kind of like the grand exchange in RuneScape. We're listening to RuneScape music, right? So the Pokemon card hobby, for you know, from the perspective of what we're doing, the Pokemon card hobby is like this trading card game, literally a trading card game. And it's like the grand exchange in RuneScape. And so, you know, the purpose of it all is to just trade back and forth until you've done very well. And when you get something nice, you don't sell it. And the people who lose the trading card game are the people who sell. And it's as simple as that. Why would you sell? So every time you sell, you kind of lose a little bit. Javier. All right, Mr. Javier Arroyo. Unless you got it sold at a very good price, which is super difficult to do. And sometimes you can do that. But yeah, that's it. It's just really difficult. All right, what we got? How's that rocket coin going? It's 5 deep. OSR are the second best pull. Oh, nice. All right, well, Javier, you got it. Second best pull. I own 2 TheCardconomist slabs. Oh, that's cool, man. All right. We have I think we have a new guy, Andon Berard. Andon, are you new? He says, hey, mister, can I get 1 box of OP11? Oh, yeah. Let me go get some OP11, all right? Mr. Andon. Got to go find some. All right, so let me go get some fresh OP11. case. Whew. Grab one of these. Let's grab 2 of them. All right. I almost sneezed there. I guess when you take allergy medicine, you almost sneeze a lot. Whew. I gotta blow my nose, though. All right, give me a moment here. All right, here we are. Whew. Thursday night, Friday morning. What's up, guys? I hope you're having a great night. We ran a 2-hour daytime stream. Our daytime streams are getting thick, man. Dummy thick. And in Berard. 1 whole box of OP11. All right. Yeah, 2-hour daytime stream. We've done that twice this week. I kind of like it. We actually get a lot of orders in the daytime stream. Connection still cutting in and out. I don't know what that's all about. That's bad, man. I don't like that. Good thing we're not opening up like a vintage box of Pokemon cards, because that would be super frustrating. Here we are. Good. All right. Connection says screw. I already unplugged it and replugged it back in to see if that would help, and that, in fact, has not helped. All right, here goes. Mr. Andon. Mr. just removed the manga. It's all mine now. Whoa! Don't let this guy near your girlfriend. Holy cow, why can't I have a body like that? There we are. These are unrealistic standards for men. All right. Gloofy. Here's Mama. Holo. This card, whatever it is, a Dawn card or something like that. Isn't that what you guys call it? I get a XY blister pack from Rip and Chip channel the other day, and for the first time sleeved my coin after seeing you grade them. Oh, really? That's so funny, man. You're like, wait, hold on to that coin. I don't think many of the coins will have a lot of value. Like, if you're getting like a pristine 10 on a nice looking coin, you could probably sell it for like 50 to 100, which I guess that's actually worth sleeving. Right. But, you know, the majority of them I don't think are very valuable. There is one extremely valuable card in the hobby, and that stands out as sort of like a signature series, sort of a coin that maybe everyone should want. The base set Chansey coin. It just makes so much sense. But then there's also like the Neo Lugia. There's a lot of coins. There were a lot of coins released alongside base set, like the Gloom coin, there was an Alakazam coin, there's a Meowth coin for the Rocket cards. So there were all these coins released in the early era. There's going to be plenty of nostalgia for those. But, you know, coin collecting is pretty niche. It's more niche than like card collecting. It's just a coin, right? So I don't know what kind of price you can command on them. All I know is that the most prestigious coins will be the ones that are probably going to hold a higher price. And that Chansey base set coin's got to be up there. Here it is. There's probably also like trophy coins, that kind of stuff. Those will go for unusual prices. Tournament coins. We are. But people collect gold and silver coins. So I think there's just this feeling in your stomach like, hey, that's a nice looking coin. What's that cost? English adult Happy Meals come with the Minecraft toy. Nice. All right. Good. And let's see what we got here. We've got an SR. I like these rocket coins. The rocket coin break especially. Here we are. Here's a holo. I want those stimmy checks to land, man. Could you imagine how crazy things will be if a stimmy check lands? Everyone's got like $5,000 to go buy some kind of vintage card or something. Whew. All right, good. That's for Mr. Andon. I can't remember if you have a bag, Mr. Andon. I have a bag already. Ah, there he is. All right, cool. Let's go grab that bag. Okay, let me go hunting for that. It will go to taxpayers. Yes. it could be extremely unpopular for that reasons. Let's see. Andy Valdez. Is the bag under the same name? Let's see. Oh, you might be in the AN2 box, of course, because it's actually closer to me. My nose feels so close to sneezing, it's crazy. Aha! Ta-da! All right. Found you. You're way back there. There we go. Stimmy, I'm giving it to you, sir. So in your box, you pull this lovely pink-haired guy, and that's it. It's a rough OP11 box. You'll want to get a hotter box than that one. The one that holds the manga, please. Eggs are down $2 a dozen here. Now only $6, almost affordable. Last time I checked, I could get 18 of them for $8 at Walmart. So that has also fallen further for us. It was 9, now it's 8. It's still pretty damn high. You used to be able to get 18 eggs for like $5 or something like that. Egg sandwich for everyone. Yeah, eggs are great. Eggs are one of my favorite food sources. What time is it? It's 4 a.m. in the morning. We've ran the stream for 3 hours. Let me ask you guys a question. So if I'm running the daytime stream for 2 hours, should we run the nighttime stream for 4 hours like we usually do, or should we run it for 3 hours? I almost feel like, you know, if we're picking up an extra hour in the daytime, we're getting a lot of orders from people who maybe would show up at the nighttime and spend money. Someone did the egg rug pull. The egg rug pull? No! Here's a Ponyta that got a 9. Hey, that card got a 7, dude. What do you mean a 7? I fully wonder if I cracked this right now, if it would have a shot at a 10 with the CGC. All right, let's see. I like this better. Yeah, there are people who only shop at night, I think. And there's people who only shop in the daytime, too. I think that splitting the stream between 2 times has been pretty effective. Our total stream time for the day has been 5 hours now. But actually, you have to add that to my Monster Hunter Wild stream on the other YouTube channel, TheCardconomist. If you guys haven't joined us over there yet, that's my gaming channel. And we got a good 2 hours there, too. So the actual stream time for today, 7 hours of stream time. It's a lot, huh? 7 hours a day. It's like my brain's splitting in half. My eyes itchy. All right. Are you about to end, says Kevin? Not if you're going to send an order in, Kevin, but the queue's pretty empty right now. So this is what happens next. Do I price up slabs or do I wrap up? All right, because sometimes when I just price up slabs for a while, we get some slab sales. Somebody says, hey, I'll open something. All right. Or we could call it a day, say, I got my 5 hours done, and show up tomorrow. I never get the notifications for the game channel. Huh, strange. Well, I think if you keep an eye in our Discord server, I always ping the Discord server that we're going live. But so you're saying you're subscribed over on the other channel and it doesn't alert you, is that right? Try ringing the bell, because, you know, that channel has been dead for 6 years. It really has. I quit on it. I shouldn't have, but I gave up on it, and I shouldn't have done that. That was stupid of me. But that channel, we got just about 56 viewers in the live stream today. It's so bad, dude. Back in the day when that channel was at its height, we were getting like 600 viewers per stream. That's not exaggerated. It was like every stream, 500, 600 viewers. And so to have 56 over there is a real big change. Also, I noticed plenty of people unsubscribed as they went, oh, this guy's back. He doesn't post any content anymore. I don't want to be subscribed anymore. You know, when your channel is asleep, nobody really cares. So they don't unsubscribe. But then when you wake them up, they go, oh, wait a second. I don't watch this anymore. I was there for a few, but I was getting sleepy. Sometimes undoing the bell and redoing it helps. All right. Anyways, I think if I consistently post a little bit here and there on the other channel, it will revive slightly. And who knows, maybe I'll reach a point where I want to start making actual edited videos for Monster Hunter. There's a lot of people making those videos very fast and very efficiently. So I don't even think I'm necessarily needed in that. You know, I feel like I've got a better place over here with the Pokemon cards. You are? All right. That's the thing about games, you know. Everyone wants to be a gamer and everyone wants to make video game guides. I used to make really nice guides, and so that's what made me famous for the Monster Hunter world. But now it's more like a retired kind of thing. Like I go over there and I play, and it's more relaxed. it's a nice thing. If you like talking to me, if you like hanging out, if you like having something playing in the background, if it fits your time slot in the day, you know, if you want to learn more about Monster Hunter or you already play, some people in this group collect Pokemon cards and play Monster Hunter. But I'm planning to do other video games too, not just Monster Hunter. I want to do Pokemon ZA, for example. We're going to be playing that on that channel, the gaming channel. We're going to be playing Monster Hunter ZA. And who knows, I could do game reviews. This is going to be 20 bucks. Good. We'll give that channel a little attention. It's difficult, though, man. 7 hours of stream time. Almost done with vacuuming, then I'll check the menu. Sometimes undoing the belt. I was there for a while. Hey, Mr. Andon says 2 more boxes of OP11. Anything for you, Andon. You know you're my best friend, right? All right, so Mr. Andon's keeping us going. OP11. Has this set changed in price yet? When did it come out? Did it come out a little while ago? Haha. There it is. Did my order go through? Says Kevin. Hold on, we got Andon, then Javier, then NHCC, then Ryan. Wow, we just got a bunch of orders all of a sudden. All right, here goes. Was that right, Mr. Kevin? Show off the Dragonite. Let's get that filled. Oh, yeah, people were buying into this all of a sudden. Light Dragonite from Neo Destiny. He's a 1 in 10 break. He's actually a lot nicer to break than Mewtwo was. Probably because everyone wanted that Mewtwo because of the new rocket set. But people aren't talking about Light Dragonite. See, it's kind of how it works. When you focus on the stuff that everyone is not talking about, you tend to get a better price. All right. Kevin, Ryan, same thing. Yeah. All right. Monster Hunter ZA, is that what I said? Pokemon Legends ZA. Must be all this allergy medication making me stupid. No, actually, one of the things about the nighttime stream that's changed, I actually go to bed about 30 minutes after the stream ends. And so I am so tired when this stream is coming to an end. I'm like yawning. My body's getting ready to go to bed. It's been a pretty significant changing in my schedule, but it's nice. I wake up really early in the daytime now. So I wake up at like 12:30. And it's nice. I get to actually see the sun. Holy, you forget how nice the sun is, you know? All right, here goes. You are? I think it's a smarter setup, essentially. Ooh. Nice. Not the sun. Yeah, I know the sun. All right, this lady with her lips. Shaking her hips. Oh, 2 hollows in this pack. All right. Keep an eye on that. All right. Good. This here. All right. Hollow. All right. Okay. Very nice. All right. Ta-da. Oh, by the way, that supplier who was kind of really backed up on some of my orders, he got one of the things I ordered to me way late. It's the Kaiju number 8. What is it? Union Arena set. He finally got that to me now that I don't need it. So now I'm stuck with a bunch of Union Arena. I'm tempted to sell it by the case on like eBay or something to get my money back out of it. Here it is. Or maybe here, if anyone's interested in cases of Kaiju Arena, I'll probably do a very low price on it. Sort of like a get rid of it price, because I got to get that cash back out of it. Can't believe he finally sent those. He still owes me a bunch of stuff. He owes me 40 boxes Terra Festival. He owes me multiple cases of Weiss Fujibunko. for Jimmy Bunko. So there's still a variety of things he hasn't sent. Here we are. Okay. Good. And in. Very nice. Alright. Let's grab your bag. Ta-da! You got a pretty full bag. You might actually need 2 bags by now. And also, we got another box to open for you. And you're all of a sudden a big customer. What happened? You are? Andon, the biggest customer? Andon Berard, number 2. All right. Very good. No big deal. Just 2 cases of Terra Festival. All right. So, let's get this rotated. Luigi's Mansion. Mamma mia. Charmander, Ace of Clubs. Empoleon. Laleep. And Faroki. Nice. So, box number 2 of OP11. Mr. Andon. We got to do the spin. The spin is what makes the box hot. Without the spin, it's nothing. All right. Okay. Good. Snipping this. Very good. And we're snipping this. Wow, one second we're slow. The next second we've got a line backing up. Oops. It's kind of funny. Doesn't take much. All right, there we go. Very good. Okay. What do we got here? We got a holo. Here's a holo. Here's this guy here. All right. What would you guys like to talk about next, Tom? We could talk about anything you want. We did a lot of talking tonight, didn't we? We talked a lot about technology. We talked a lot about PSA grading. Oh, man, it's a cold box, Mr. Andon. Oh, I'm sorry, man. We don't want the stream to end. Oh, my eye's so itchy, dude. These allergies are so severe. They're so bad. I can't wait for the trees to stop blowing all this pollen everywhere. I think this is the worst allergies I've ever had. And I think it's because we live next to a state park, like adjacent to it, literally. And so you don't think about that. When you're moving to a state park, you think, wow, we got this special home in the state park. Nobody gets to live like this. But you don't realize there's like 1 trillion trees. And so you're in a pollen storm for like a straight month. 3 hours to work. No! That sucks, man. You better go get some sleep. Ah, here we are. Look at that. Haha. T-girl. Okay. That's not a mango. Where are the mangoes? Oops. So I have a little bit of interesting things. A house is available for sale right down the road in Camdenton. Pretty large, 3,300 square foot or something like that. I think it's 3,300 square foot. And then the price is like exactly that, like $330,000. Comes out to like $100 per square foot. It's a really nice big home in a certain neighborhood that's kind of decent out here. It's a very fun neighborhood. It's got a vibe to it. It's got sort of all the houses are crammed together. It's on a little grid. and the school is connected to that grid. So there's the school right over there. You can walk to the school, and it's not even a struggle to go walking to it. It's a short walk, a brief walk. You could also walk to McDonald's. Like, it's just a brief walk to McDonald's. It's kind of fun. So there's a lot of tiny homes in that neighborhood, but this one's actually a large, substantial home. And we have watched that neighborhood for a long time. Houses never pop up for sale in that neighborhood. They're so unavailable all the time. No one wants to leave. But this house popped up. Not only is the house large, it has a pretty significant yard. It's got like a third of an acre, which is a lot in that neighborhood. And it's got a pool set up. And it seems like you could actually take the pool down and build another house right there if you wanted to. So you're getting the house, but also you're getting this acreage that allows for another home slot. And you're looking at it going, man, that's not a bad house. $330,000. We could acquire that. We have enough money that could be our next move. Here's the plan. We buy that home, move in, and then this lake house gets rented. Huh? What do you guys think of that? That's an option. Or we sell all our homes and move to Florida. Hey kids, you want to buy some Pokies? Would go for 2 to 3 times the price over here in upstate New York. Yes. Actually, you know what's crazy? Out here in Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri, all the houses out here are much more expensive than the St. Louis region. So even in Missouri, the $330,000 is considered very expensive. And it's because Lake of the Ozarks has kind of been going nuts for a while. So you can't get a home out here. And when you do find a home, it's way overpriced relative to other Missouri house prices. So, yeah, so here's a for sale home. Looks like it was probably built in the 1990s, and just from the look from the outside. And it's a sizable 3,300 square foot home with a really nice big yard. It's also got a private backyard as well. I haven't been inside of it, but it just looks nice from the outside. I can see it's got one of those stone chimneys. It's got a big stone chimney. That means it has to have a fireplace on the inside. But it's just in this desirable neighborhood. Like, so if you step onto the front porch of the home, that's the school right there. Like, you can visibly, you just cross the street to the school. You're that close to the school that you could just walk like across the street and you're there. And yeah, so it's an interesting home, and we could buy it. It wouldn't be a terrible mortgage. I think the mortgage would be about $1,800 per month if I had to bet. Probably about $1,800 per month. We could buy that house, move all the cards into that house, keep the stream running over there, and then take this lake house, clean it up, add furniture, because it's woefully lacking on furniture, and just get it prepared to rent, and rent this lake house. We could rent this lake house out. So we'd have the blue house renting, and we'd have this lake house renting. And I would not be living the majestic lakefront, lifestyle. I would not be living the lake lifestyle. But I would have 2 productive rentals, the blue house and this house. It's very tempting. It's an idea we've thought about renting as well. So we just go into another home that we rent, and then we get this house rented ourselves. But, it would be smarter to just move into our own small home. So the price is really what's kind of interesting to us about this one. They're definitely not getting cheaper. And with the income from the rental, yeah, man, sounds like a great move. So, but here's some of the downsides. We wouldn't get to live in a lake house anymore. Next up, Javier Arroyo. He wants 4 Hololives. It's a productivity move. We will reduce our quality of living in order to increase our productivity. We would have 2 rented lake houses, and we'd be living in a small house ourselves, like a normal cookie-cutter home in kind of a poor neighborhood. I mean, everything out here in Camdenton was built a long time ago for like rednecks and hillbillies. So the neighborhood has an old town kind of feeling. It's got this really interesting vibe. If you could come walk through it, you'd find it very fascinating, because the neighborhood is like 100% white. There's strictly only white people in this neighborhood, and they all got kids. That's another thing you don't experience anymore. So you go there, and there's like this mixture of really old people and a bunch of kids just screaming, riding bikes, and you're like, where are we? This is the 90s or something? So it's got this all the houses have gotten older. The road's older. The trees are tall. And it's just got this really lovely vibe somehow. It's just like Stranger Things almost, actually. That's a great description. It almost feels like Stranger Things, like you've gone through a transport in time, and yet it's not abandoned. It's vibrant and full of people because Lake of the Ozarks just going off, man. It's just all the houses are bought up. You can't get a home. And that we call it the grid. We call that part of Camdenton the grid because it's got the grid of homes in it and the school that connects to it. So it's one of our favorite places to go walking. We actually found the house for sale because we went walking. Javier Arroyo. So we were walking there for exercise and saw the house for sale. It's tempting, man. I can't wait to move from New York. Might have to make my way over there after I sell my current home. They're definitely not getting cheaper. Oh, so you're thinking about relocating. Well, let me mention something about Lake of the Ozarks. It is growing. Here's some of the downsides probably is you will definitely notice there's way less people. So if you're used to having a lot of people around you, Lake of the Ozarks is not as populated as any city. There's no major airport. So the closest airport is about an hour and a half away in a nearby city. Hour and a half drive to an airport, it's doable, but it's like really not convenient. It's doable. And then there are miniature airports. You can get a ride on something called an Airbus, but I don't know why I'm terrified of Airbuses. They're like smaller airplanes that connect to bigger airports. So you can do that if you want. There's also a lot of private jets that use those airports. So the private jets, they're actually expanding the airports right now for bigger airlines right now. So they're expanding. There's 2 airports in Lake of the Ozarks, and they're expanding them to handle even larger airplanes. So, and then there's an amusement park being built. There's apparently the Indian casino is going to get built. Next up, we got NHCC. He wants another round of those Disney pokers. You got it, man. Anyways, so we're stuck because we don't know what we want the most. Do we pack our bags, sell all our homes, and try to buy a mini mansion in like Florida? There's 5 near the water. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So it's 15 for $5 with these poker cards. They're really fun. Or do we double down? If we buy another house out here, we're doubling down. We're saying we're staying here. We're staying here. We're not going anywhere. It's tough. We don't actually know which of those 2 options we want the most. If someone buys your house, are any Pokemon cards included? Yeah, you get all the good Pokemon cards. Here's a little Minnie Mouse. Here's a Lilo and Stitch, Winnie the Pooh. Wow, look at these cards, man. We can't decide. We're so stuck on it. We worked on it all night. We can't decide. We're thinking about in Florida. There's northern Florida is called Jacksonville, and they get weaker hurricanes and they get fewer hurricanes. That's really important for us to consider, for Florida to be considered, because we avoid Florida in our considerations because of its odds of a hurricane. We got cards. But so we've thought about moving to Florida and getting some sort of specialty hurricane-proof, vault. We assume they make those. I don't actually know for sure if they make them. You got a lot of good cards this time, a lot of colored ones. I think the colored ones look way better. Like, look at this Donald Duck. So what we could do is we could sell all 3 of our properties out here and roll all that money into one larger property in Florida. We could actually get a nice home. Nicer than, I guess, 2 lake houses. But the houses in Jacksonville, Florida, or is it just Jackson, Florida? I can't remember the name. The houses over there are more expensive anyways. So we'll have about as nice of a house as this one, but like almost double or triple the cost. But you get the ocean. So it's like this trade-off, right? We can't really figure out what we want. The weather there seems nicer too, like it's milder in the winter. It gets really frustratingly cold and dark out here. NHCC. So we could just, keep saving up for a move to Wyoming, move to South Dakota, move to Florida, move to maybe Nevada. We're kind of sold out on Nevada. We don't think we're going to do that one. But the purpose of the move, of course, is to reduce our tax burden, right? Because if we stay here in Missouri, we pay 5% income tax. If we go to Jacksonville, Florida, we save 5% income tax. And that matters a lot because I got this great card collection. What if I want to liquidate? What if I decide I'm done, I'm selling every card that I own, and I'm going to 0 cards? Well, the only place you'd want to do that is in a no-state income tax state. You don't want to be in Missouri paying 5% on your whole collection. It makes no sense. So this is why we want to be in the right place when we do sell. Ryan Cheddar, Pokemon English, Paldean Fates. 3 of them. You got it. Paldean Fates. Paldean Fates are probably over here, right? Let's see. I'm always talking about our battle plans with you guys, but maybe because when I talk about it, it helps me think it through, you know? Paldean Fates. Where do we store that now? Paldean Fates. Okay, so he wants 3 of those. Then he wants 1 custom vintage pack, a Pokemon Shuffle ×3 Ryan Cheddar. Paldean Fates. I guess I'll check the other room. Nobody's ordered that in a while, huh? Thanks, good night. It's TCC game. Poor Donald Buzz sick. I'm looking at North Carolina. Florida has too many problems for me personally, but the lack of income tax is nice. Yeah, the lack of income tax is actually the only thing that matters to me. I actually vacation in North Carolina. It's lovely out there, but the income tax is all that matters, you know. Like if we move, it's got to be to a no income tax state because there's some nice ones, you know, like Wyoming's nice too, actually, in some areas. Got the mountains, man. All right, let me go ahead and grab those Paldean Fates. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, I really believe in this thing where you can kind of adjust to wherever you're living. So the taxes actually matter a lot to me because the taxes is something that does change dramatically. All right. Oops. Why not Texas? I don't know. We never choose Texas. We never ever choose. Oops. We never, ever choose Texas. Neither Kirsten nor I have a feeling for Texas. Maybe we need to travel there. All right. Maybe it's not different enough from Missouri. Missouri feels like it would be somewhat similar to Texas. There we are. Tossing this away. It's like if you're going to move to a place that's a lot like Missouri, you might as well just stay in Missouri. I don't know. I couldn't describe it. All right. Texas is booming. I'm going to Texas, bro. Ready? So, we've got 3 of these now. Yeah, pull the Bubble Mew out of here. 1 custom vintage pack. We really don't have much of these left. All right, I'm just gonna 2, 3 is this one. All right. Let's see what we got out of here though. Oh, that's cute. Okay, we got Jigglypuff, Viridian. Oh, Wiggly Stuff and Kangaskhan. It's Kangaskhan. Yay! All right. Don't go to Texas. They don't have import tax, but screw you over on property tax. So if that was true about the property tax, we'd probably buy a real cheap home and focus our money into stocks or something like that. I think the property taxes are a little higher in Florida as well. That's one of the ways that they get their money that they don't get from the income tax. So yes, when we decide to move somewhere, one of the things we analyze is the total burden of tax, not just, oh, we're not paying income tax. Oh, that's great. Well, it's not great if you just pay that much more in property taxes anyways. So Missouri has lower property taxes. And if we bought $1.6 million of property in Florida and a nice big home, and this just adds back on the income tax we're saving, the 5% income tax we're saving by moving to Florida, if this just tax it back on because they have a higher property tax, and obviously a property is very large, once again, we have the same problem that we had with Nevada, where the total burden of taxes didn't actually equate to change. So we were thinking very closely of moving to Nevada not too long ago. We were like almost there. We're like, yeah, let's pack our bags, let's rent a home. Oh, look, the rent's only $800. We can just go do that. So we were talking about renting in Nevada, and then I really sat down and did the final estimate, and I went, oh, we don't save any money at all. It's the same price. All right, Poke Shuffles. Are you ready, Ryan? Here goes. Mr. Ryan, you got Wug Trio. Florida home tax is going to cut off. I heard Ron DeSantis say that, which that's the other thing. So that's got me worried. Like, well, how does Florida fund anything then? Like, there's got to be a catch. They got to have some income, I feel. At least with Nevada, I understand it. With Nevada, they have gambling. That's how Nevada gets away with it. They go, well, we sell gambling to people. And so that's clever. Nevada's figured it out. They live off of the gambling. Maybe that's dark a little bit, but I get it. And then Texas and Florida, they got a property thing. But you're saying Florida's removing it? I don't know. Well, then how do they pay for anything? Ryan, also, if they have a problem, like people don't want to do spring break over there anymore, yeah, I don't know. But on the other hand, maybe there will be so much population growth and everyone will want a home over there because for once, you don't have to pay the government anything for owning a home, which is true ownership, in my opinion. When you have to pay taxes on your home, you don't own it. You're renting it. You're renting it from the government at whatever, 2% a year. That's ridiculous. You're renting your home. You never own it. It's like communist China. All right, what's next? We got some orders in the queue. We've got Sarah Dooserberry. She says 5 OP11 and 5 OP9. All right, you got it, Miss Sarah. Wait, we don't have an open box of this, do we? I'm afraid we do. Here we are. This goes back. Okay, so 5 of these. Hey, sorry, I think I have a bag. Oops, did we create a new bag for you? Mr. Ryan, I'm sorry, Ryan. Actually, that might be my fault. I think I might have just automatically made you a bag. So here's the bag. Might have been on autopilot a little bit there. Wriggle. Mr. Ryan, here you are. Let's give you the cards into the updated bag. I don't know if I put that down in my order. Oh, it's not entirely your fault. It's my fault. I was blah, blah, blah. I was talking about, how states are able to raise taxes for their needs. There's also another complexity to this problem, too. The last complexity probably is that Missouri has announced that it wants to become a no-state income tax state. So it's like, if I just stay here for 2 more years, well then, and they manage to do what they claim they want to do, well then that might be it. 2, 3, 4, 5. That might be it. The problem is solved. So maybe just staying put is the solution. We buy this extra home. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here you go, Miss Sarah. Good luck, Sarah. Let's get you that manga. We buy that extra home. We get the 2 lake houses rented. 2 years later, Missouri's a no income tax state. I can't say the word. It's like a tongue twister. No state income tax state. It is a tongue twister for sure. But so maybe that happens in 2 years, and then at that point, I will be ready to liquidate if I wanted to, which I don't think I will. But then I could say, all right, I'm selling every one of my Pokemon cards now and saving 5% on the entire collection. Think about that, guys. That really matters. This is why I say, you can tax, I'm not that wealthy, but there's people out there who are multi-millionaires. I just got a good Pokemon card collection. So, when you got just a little 5% tax is the reason I go or stay. I know if that's true for me, that's got to be true for so many people, man. And this is why when it comes to choosing a tax plan, you have to choose a tax plan that doesn't drive people away. All right, Mr. Stays ranting. Yeah, I know, I rant a lot. Ranting, you know how like when you're in like an auction, here we are. You're at an auction house and they go $1, $2, do I see $3? They got that little chant. I feel like ranting is almost my version of that. It's this stream of consciousness. I go into this sort of like 1 million words, just talk your ear off, say every little thing that's passing into my mind. And so I don't know if that's good or bad for you guys. Like if some of you guys find that annoying or if some of you guys enjoy it, but it just becomes sort of like a chant almost. And again, a stream of consciousness where I'm not really carefully picking and choosing my words. I'm just saying exactly what pops up in my head. All right, I twist my girl's tongue with my tongue. What? Here we are. Miss Sarah, nothing crazy happening in this round. I guess that's to be expected, Sarah. It's pretty hard to pull a manga. We are. Mangas are tough. I believe in you, Sarah. Yeah, we're just trying to make that. We're trying to make that choice, and it's really difficult. It's really difficult. Why do you think we are still here, mister? You're waiting for the free one? I don't know. Yeah. All right, hold on. So, Sarah, because you like Sarah so much, here's Andrew, 10 hidden trials. We're trying for the hidden trials signature. Okay, let me move this around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Armpit lightning. We want the signature armpit lightning. All right. All right. Okay. Very nice. Karis is always talking about me selling some of my collection off because she gets nervous about if something, something goes wrong. It's safer to have the money sitting in maybe in the actual real estate or having it sitting in cash, earning like 4% or something like that in a bank account. So there's that feeling like the further we go out there, the further we dig deeper into the hobby and just pull in higher and higher ratios of the net wealth, just being in cards and nothing else, that if something were to go wrong, like let's say the house burns down for some reason, or a tornado, super tornado comes through, just tears everything to pieces, tornadoes, right? Ooh, Rasso. Or, maybe Pokemon cards just aren't popular anymore. Cardconomist was dead wrong. Nobody wants Pokemon anymore. They're falling in value. Put all this money in these cards and then they're just dropping like a rock in value. Like if something like that happens, she's like, well, maybe you sell some of it because we will have a more diversified portfolio. And I'm like, maybe I don't. But no, that's part of it, is thinking about moving some of these cards because I have more than I can even look at. Like, I can't even look at my whole collection in a day. There's just too much. How do you enjoy your collection if you got that much? There are just buckets of cards. That's the nature of high risk, high reward. I know. She's looking at it going, I'm ready for the low risk part. All right, Andrew. Ta-da. She's been really patient, She's always been patient. She trusts me. We are. She's seen me place really, really careful and good bets in life. There we go. All right, nice. It's funny. When we shopped for our very first home, we shopped really, really hardcore. We looked at so many homes. We're testing them all out. We're asking tons of questions, doing tons of research. I just go into this harebrained, obsessed mode. I'm like absorbing tons of information. And there's this home that I pick out that I think is really good. I go, I think we should get this. We should get this one. And instead, she kind of doesn't like it. She thinks maybe the neighborhood's a little iffy, but I'm doing all my analysis on the home. I'm like, well, it's in this location of the neighborhood and da-da-da-da-da. And she ultimately is the one who gets to make the decision because I'm not going to buy a home unless she likes it. We end up getting a condo in St. Peter's, and that condo does go up significantly in price. But here's the craziest part. We look back on the house that I wanted to buy. That house went up way, way more than the condo. And so ever since then, she's kind of been like, why don't you just pick the house? You just pick the house out. You seem to be picking out houses pretty well. Here's Devin A. 4 Poke Shuffles and ship me out. Should have a couple PSA cards. Heck yeah, dude. Let's get those Poke Shuffles. Devin A. Devin, you got a very expensive shipment coming. All right. 3. Ta-da. And 1, 2, 3, 4. We had a lot of fun shopping for our first home. We shopped in downtown St. Louis Some of the times, we shopped in this place called University City. Oh, what a name, dude. University City. But you go in, and it's the most crumbling, creepy neighborhood of your life, dude. You feel like you're going to get shanked in 2 seconds for looking the wrong way. Yeah, that was really something. Back then, I was like, we should buy any home, maybe the smallest home we can afford, as cheap as we can afford. 6 pokey shuffles and a box of hollow sparks. Oh, no, wait a second. We opened that up for Devin A, but we didn't ship them. Hold on. Devin A needs shipping. So let's ship out our friend, Mr. Devin. So, Devin, you got a box? Yes, he's got a double box. There you are. And you're going to have that really expensive slab, too. So we're going to go ahead and give you some good shipping. Man, I appreciate you coming back, Devin. It was so cool that you came back and pulled that manga. Really, really was a nice thing. And it graded 10, too. It was like perfect. We open new Tears of the Planet expansion for Final Fantasy TCG. Oh, yeah, that's got to be coming soon, doesn't it? That's a set that Tammy warned that she wanted. When does that come out? It's about time to start getting some new sets in general. There we are. Very nice. Oh, that did not finish printing. Guys, I need to get more labels. We got to replenish the labels for the shipping. Alright, here we are. I got fresh labels. I didn't even know the last wheel was running low. It didn't feel like it was running low. Usually you can tell when it's running low. Alright. Good. All right. All right, and there we go. Devin's ready to be shipped. All right, let me grab his box here. Moving this over here. Ooh, where do I put it? Let's put it right here, maybe. That gonna stay still? Okay, good. Just as long as that stands still. All right. Shelf kind of full over there. Whew. Can I snipe a single Freerin pack? It's possible to do that. Now. We're on to Mr. Andon with 6 pokey shuffles and a box of hollow spark. You know, I shouldn't have sat down because I need a fresh box of that hollow spark. Ready? Here goes. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There you have it. Oh, Vulpix Magby. The double snipe coming in. All right, let's see what you got here. Tonight, by the way, we're playing RuneScape music tonight. Here's a Vulpix. You got a Magby, huh? That's interesting. Oh, he's cute. There it is. Unfortunately, these 2 cards are not 10s. I would have liked to see some 10s, but there's some 9s and some 8s in here, too. Oops. Maybe put this Froakie in. He's a 10. All right. Like that. I need some Spamton in my life. Spamton. Good. All right. Okay. Now the box of Hollow Spark. I actually have to stand up for that. I'll be right back. Cool, cool, cool. Here we are. Whew. All right, fellows. Snipe of the century incoming. Get ready. If he gets the snipe of the century, I'll cheer for him. Let's get it. Oh, yeah, the Union Arena stuff. So I got that Union Arena Kaiju number 8. And I need to offload some Kaiju like crazy. Excuse me, crazy. Kaiju. Ready? Give me a minute. So we're going to be repricing that set right now. Oh, we have this extra tab open. We don't need that. Under Union Arena, Kaiju. It looks like it's currently $88 a box. Looks like that means there's 16 packs in there. Is that right? We're going to be changing that to be just $60 a box. So what is that? A $28 price difference. Very cheap. And 60 divided by 16 is $3.75. Oh, that's kind of an inconvenient number. Let's just make it that, $3.75. So it's $3.75 a pack. Let's just go with it. All right, so that's been updated. Yes. Kaiju number 8, $60 per box. It's extremely cheap. I just got an order of 2 cases of that in that I ordered a really long time ago. Where's 6 at? Softly Lunches, Slowpoke Tail. All right. So box of Hollow Spark. Good luck. Ready? Okay, snipping this. Snipping these. Snipping these. The big buyer of the night has been Mr. Andon. Wow, that's awesome, Mr. Andon. Appreciate it. Am I hearing RuneScape? Yes, this is RuneScape OST. Here's a hollow. What's this? OSR. I was told OSRs are valuable. Okay, you just got an OSR. Singing Girl. All right, hollow. Sucker Girl. These are all slightly like sexual, right? Many of these. Not all of them. Selling waifus, man, that's a big thing these days. Okay, these anime girls. Oh, my eyes are burning. Pink-haired girl, like pink hair, right? Like, what the I went to bed at 9 and now I'm fully awake. No! What have you done, Tammy? All right. Here we are. Okay, clever. Here's some of these. And this one here, and this one here. And this one. I'm jet lagged. No! How was your trip? Tell us about your trip. What was the most memorable part of it? We are. Free Palestine. How's Palestine going? Mr. Habibi, what do you think happens next in Palestine? What do you think's the next move? There it is. You think Trump will actually take over the Gaza Strip or the Israelis? What do you think actually happens next? Will there be a peace deal and a 2-state solution? It is. I don't think there'll be a peace deal unless Hamas gives up those final hostages. I think that's the only thing that could happen next. That or just total annihilation. I think that's what they plan on doing. That's my theory, because if they totally annihilate everyone, they're going to say, oh, there's nobody here. We might as well take this land then. Empty land. We are. I heard if you ride a jet backwards, it will go away. No, then it would be a Tej. All right. That's a bad place to be, man. Could you imagine you have a nice family, you're living in the Gaza Strip, you're not really political, it's just not in your... Some people aren't political, it's not in their personality. You know, there's this government, Hamas, and and then all of a sudden you hear they did this attack, and you're like, oh, that doesn't sound good. And then the entire area is blown to smithereens. Maybe you got family members are dead, you don't got work in bathroom anymore, you don't got air conditioning, you don't even have food security, and you're not even a political person. Man. And I'm over here, I just get to sit in my room and open Pokemon cards, so, I don't take that for granted. The trip was fun. Dad was having a blast taking me out away from his dad. Dad was having a blast taking me out away from his dad. Oh, he's like, let's go this way. Nah, leave Grandpa over there. All right. I'm glad to hear you had fun. David Morey says 30 Disney pokers. Damn, bro. All right. David Morey's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20. I can't open this many Disneys without sounding really super. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. All right, there you have it. That's a lot of those. Gently gather these up. Ooh, Lilo and Stitch, I like that. Mickey, I like that one. Buzz Lightyear, that's cool. Joker, Alice in Wonderland. Rapunzel, Mickey again. Ratatouille. Ratabouille. Yeah, boy. Lots of cards in here. These are all gradable. I've graded these before with PSA. PSA does grade these. This Mickey Mouse pull is pretty sweet. Lilo and Stitch, that's not bad. They're making a Lilo and Stitch movie. Destroy all Snow White cards. Well, these Snow White cards are the old Snow White, so I don't think it's Snow Woke. Here we are. Snow Woke. Here we are. I loved Gal Gadot as Snow White. There it is. I was saying this earlier. She does kind of make an evil queen. She's got that evil queen vibe. Like she could be an older woman with fading beauty, jealous of a hot younger girl. You know what I'm saying? She got that feeling, actually. Here's David Morey's. I was beautiful once. You don't have a box, do you, David? I don't think you do. You're over here. All right. And if you don't like it, you can leave. All right. Every night I should play you guys a clip of the Snow White movie, so your souls can be terrified by those Disney dwarves. We have Mr. Gilbert Laudier, and it says 1 Japanese Frieren, 1 battle partners. Okay, 1 battle partners. You are. Snow White is absurd to begin with. Like, what beautiful woman is hanging in the woods with 7 little people? Weird, man. Well, it was made a very long time ago, right? When was Snow White officially made? It was made in like ancient Germany, right? Schneewiffen or something like that. When was Snow White written? In 1812. 1812? Damn, bro! 1812. And they didn't have hot booty Latinas on XXX websites. They didn't have any of that. People were innocent in the past. It's something that we virtually don't even know anymore. But I'm old enough to remember innocence. There was a time in society where almost no one had ever watched naked people at all. So it was okay for her to just be in the wood with 7 dwarves, because nobody would have even thought of it from a sexual perspective. For the most part, it would have been extremely strange. People were Christian, like everyone. There were no atheists. There were like 0 atheists, no agnostics, no atheists. Virtually everyone believed God was real and watching them. So nobody watched any dirty stuff at all. There was no television in 1812. None of that existed. And everyone was God-fearing. And so it was a fairy tale, and it would probably be very difficult to even imagine it from a very dirty perspective unless you're this naturally extremely dirty person. But they didn't have like women in bras ads on television, right? They didn't have Playboy. They didn't have any of that stuff. And so it's only now in 2025 that we talk about, oh, this girl's hanging out with dwarves in the woods. It would be virtually unthinkable to think that, that the story was dirty that way back then. Now that's probably your first instinct because we're so hypersexualized, the whole society is. You can't escape it. I mean, you turn on TikTok and eventually you'll get something sexualized. Some dirty joke or just some hot girl. Here's a Them 3 of the Hololives. You got it, Mr. Them. Good luck. Godot is more believable than Ziegler playing Snow White. No, I really watched Disney. If you go to their TikTok channel, I watched her as the queen. And she's got kind of this deeper voice. Maybe she got kind of a slower voice, too, actually. She's got a bit of a, like some people can be like this. They're like a pipsqueak, right? Like Mickey Mouse. Well, she's got kind of a deeper voice. She got kind of a slower drawl. And it actually kind of fits. She seems like a woman who was very beautiful, but she's getting a little older, right? She's got a little babushka going on a bit. Not that much, actually. Ooh, what's this? OSR. There you are. So she's got a bit of a babushka vibe. Just slight, right? And obviously Rachel Zegler is going to be younger than her, so you can feel that sort of difference. And so I was watching this musical number where she's singing, and I was like, all right, she could be. I could see it. She could actually be evil. Here we are. Ooh. But it doesn't matter. The movie's already been ruined by all of the other changes, right? That would be, there's no Prince Charming. There's Prince Drug Dealer or whatever it is. There's Prince Thief. And the dwarves are total insanity. And yeah, I've seen a lot of reviews. I've seen all the portions of the show that hit the terrible criticisms. People don't like Gal Gadot, I guess, because her acting range isn't as impressive as they thought maybe it should be. But if you watch the original Snow White, the evil queen doesn't actually do much then either. She's just, mirror, mirror on the wall. She's like that. She's kind of dry. Here's a thing. The evil queen's not exactly expressive, except for being sort of like angry and queenly. Who's the fairest of them all? It is you, my queen. All right. Snow White wasn't black enough. What? I'm tired of the race pandering. Why is it always Latina? It should have been black. Let's see. Oh, that was the only comment. I already read it. All right. Andon says 6 more of the Pokey Shuffles. Ah, yes, the popular Pokey Shuffles. Snow White and the 7 CGI monstrosities. Yeah, they got scared, man. They got scared and they shoehorned those dwarves right into the show, didn't they? Come on, cold. 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 No! All right, that's a straight cold round, Mr. Andon. Cold ones in the Pokey Shuffle. I'm sorry, man. That's the way the Pokey Shuffles sometimes. Andon says 2 boxes of Kaiju. Damn, you just went right after him. So, yes, Kaiju, I have to liquidate them now. I finally got them from a supplier. He was supposed to ship them to me like back in October or something. They're finally here after I bugged them many times. So I've got to sell a lot of them now. Just to get my money back, basically. All right. $60 is a liquidate. That is a liquidate price where we're just liquidating. We need more Latinas. Oh, that's true, Mr. John Pizza. It's Papa John! Poor Papa John. built his company from the bottom, and then he dropped the N-bomb. Oh my God. It reminds me of, I think I've said this before, reminds me of Paula Deen. Remember Paula Deen? She dropped the N-word too. But I think she's still successful. She's still in business, isn't she? She got dropped from Food Network, but she has like successful restaurants, doesn't she? Papa John's. All right. So Papa John's dropped the N-word, but I think I remember when he did it, the context of how he did it. He was complaining that other people will use the N-word. That's what he said. And when he described that, he actually used the N-word when he said that. And that was it. He was toast. Get him out of here. Snoop gave her the pass. Really? Paula Deen? I don't remember that. All right. All right. What about Riley Reid? Do you think she has the N-word pass? I think Riley Reid probably does. Andon. All right, here goes. What do we got? Hello. Here's... Ah! I have no clue what I'm looking at. You've got this thing. SR Star. Looking good. We got this guy. We got this guy. So I don't know what else could be in this box, but I'm pretty sure it's not better than that. That's the chase pull from the box. So the rest of this is the junk. We're going to pull out all your junk. There it is. All right. All right. You guys getting sleepy yet? What time is it? 4:35? Oh, 4:55. We got to wrap up soon. We need a pander harder. Yeah. Speaking of pandering, you know, the political messaging, did you hear in the UK, they're going to start enforcing anti-misogyny classes in the public schools to make sure that you're not a toxic male. Whew. What do you guys think of that? I don't like that. I'm not for being toxic, and I'm not for misogyny, but it seems an awful lot like that is a political brainwashing class for whichever party decides what the rules are. And I don't know if the outcome is necessarily a healthy and good thing. It might further divide the gap between the genders, creating a feeling of hostility, walking on eggshells, you know, maybe the questioning of one's own sexual identity, you know, like don't be a boy. But yeah, it's you know, because people will do that. They'll take it that way. And I don't like the idea. You're supposed to go to school for math, right? Math, science, literature, maybe. You go to school and you get your religion told to you. There it is. All right. Bend over. Damn, dude. All right. Very nice. I heard another one. The UK was complaining that there's misogyny in adult content. You know what I'm talking about? It's too violent or something like that. The girls get choked. Holy moly, dude. What are you talking about? Homeschooling for the win. All right, there we go. Very nice. It's a fascinating subject, actually, because it makes you examine, like, sexuality itself. Sexuality is kind of misogynistic, isn't it? Have you noticed that? Have you noticed, you know, in the animal kingdom, not a lot of feminist male animals in the animal kingdom? It's just not a thing. Sexuality itself, very animal. Maybe that's the thing about sexuality that gives us so much shame, right? Sexuality is loaded with shame. We seem to just be born with shame around sexuality, most of us. And maybe the reason we have a natural shame for it is because we know you're basically like reverting to your animal self, your instincts, your like lower levels, you know, your caveman self. But, you know, sexuality pitches toward the sexual dimorphism. I'm a man, you're a woman. We're really all the way apart from each other. And so it's like, I don't know exactly what they were referring to, but I guess they were in some magistrate or something, in some sort of political hearing. They were talking about how adult content misogynistic, and it's like, I don't think adult content ever isn't misogynistic or something like that. There's so much humiliation in sexuality, like BDSM and all that. You can't separate it. It's the essential component of sexuality. Sort of this slight aggressiveness or submission or dominance or something, right? It's the essential component, right? That is the sexuality. Where do you think it comes from? Where do you think many things come from, like ambition and aggression? They're all slightly linked to each other in some messy neurotransmitter brain organ way. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we don't like that. We'll re-educate people in the re-education camps. Get to the boys in the schools. No choking girls when you're having sex with them. Man, if I was a girl, I'd be like, stop! That's my favorite thing! But no, it's what is the side effect of that? Maybe you have some toxic men who decide not to be toxic? Maybe. Would that even work? I feel like if a man's truly... Ooh, look at that. I feel like if a man's truly toxic, the first thing he will do is laugh at your re-education class. He would probably use it as an opportunity to see all the things he's definitely going to do the opposite of, right? Actual toxic men who are like, it's in them. It's like in their DNA to be assholes. They're going to take your class. They're going to pick their boogers in class and be like, I ain't listening to any of this shit. And then when they say, and definitely don't choke girls during sex, because that's misogyny, they're like, that's the thing I'm going to do. Now I know. That's the choking. The choking's the best part. The choke me daddy. That's why Jesus dies for our sins. That's true. That's true. All right, Jesus died for our sins because Adam ate the apple, and now you need to cut the skin off your dick. All right. So, but yeah, it's a fascinating thing. But the re-education camp, right? Send the boys in for the misogyny education. You can't be a misogynist. You should send them to class so that, don't be a criminal class. Don't steal. Don't yell at your parents. That's religion. That's the role of the church, not the school. The school is supposed to be science, math, reading. It's very fascinating. And terrifying a little bit, because you always looked at Europe as sort of like this, sort of like beacon of enlightenment or something like that. And yet there's like, in my opinion, there's almost like this pseudo-intellectualism. That's how it feels to me. It's because I feel like I really was a liberal when I was in college. I felt like this fierce, analytical, disagreeable kind of person where you can't shake me, you can't make me look one way and agree with you, you can't convince me of anything. I look at all the arguments and I think about things from the perspective of the indifference of nature. I look at it from the perspective of we're all going to die, the difficulty of the world. So I'm just this really angry, sort of like stubborn person who loves to argue. And I feel like when you go into the colleges now and everyone's just part of like these political movements, that feels like pseudo-intellectualism. You're not really having the difficult argument. You're not really analyzing everything. You're not saying, what are all the possibilities? And could the real truths be the darkest, most inconvenient, least politically correct truths? Which maybe they're not, but they could be. And I just don't think that's what we do anymore. Now it's just messaging. It's like, make sure you message to them correctly. Make sure you set the cows up in the fields to be milked later. Right? It's just, I don't know. It's a yucky thing. And so, and maybe hearing about how the boys are going to be re-educated in schools, it just, it's like checking another box on my list of boxes to be checked. Like, you take a boy, you give him Ritalin, you give him the other thing, I can't remember what it's called, you give him Ritalin, the other thing, so that he pays attention in school. Put on your little suit. Now sit for like 12 hours and read this useless information all day. It's a boy. He's restless. He wants to go out. He wants to hit a baseball with the baseball bat. He wants to shoot birds or something. That's normal, actually, right? Hunting. We came from hunters. Sit in class. Shut up. Now answer these questions about flowers. And then now go to your misogyny class. You better not be a boy. That's how I feel about it. I feel like it's this vicious thing for guys. You're not learning how to create your own mine to extract minerals or rare earth. You're not learning how to set up an oil rig. You're not learning how to set up a timber, lumber thing. You're not learning how to set up your own company, how to start up a construction company to build homes. Every country needs homes, apparently, but we don't teach anyone how to make homes. You're learning all this other crap. And then you pump the kid full of Ritalin, and then you tell them to go to their anti-misogyny class. Oh my God, dude. Like, it just, something about it just doesn't feel right. Like, who's in charge of all this? What a pointless use of everyone's time, sort of. Like, if the boy's going to be a misogynist, you send him to church. And it's not going to work on him anyways, because some people are just bad, you know? Some people are good, and you don't even have to tell them not to be a misogynist. They just aren't. You can tell some boys that they need to be more misogynist, and they will never do it. They'll never approach women. They'll never talk to them. They'll never be like, I should be your daddy in bed. They'll never do it. They just don't have it. And then some guys, you can tell them, you shouldn't choke girls in bed because that's misogyny. And they'll be like, shut up. I'm never... Go take your soft penis and leave. You know, so they'll tell you to leave. They don't care. You could never tell them that because they'll never listen to it. So, but, you know, you'll attempt to re-educate. You'll put them through the re-education camps anyways, because you have some super deep knowledge of the world, like you know how the world should be organized. Well, the proper way to organize the world is that all the boys need to go to school now for anti-misogyny training. Meanwhile, there's not enough homes. Meanwhile, nobody has any skills at all. Everyone knows how to read books, and that's it. Ta-da, Gilbert. Not that there's anything wrong against reading, but I mean, there's other skills in the world. There's really valuable skills. Like I mentioned one, like lumber. Nobody knows how to set up like a lumber farm and a lumber mill and all this other stuff. We just don't teach that. It's just been lost to the annals of history or something. And yet you hear about Donald Trump talk about how we have to get our lumber from Canada, and no, we don't. We can get it from America. How many Americans are taught anything about lumber farms? Nothing. And it's just, I don't know, maybe it would be looked down on even to even think about it or talk about it. And yet it's a natural resource. It would make you unfathomably wealthy to have a successful sawmill set up, an industry, right? An industry. And in 8 more Pokey Shuffles. You get old enough, you stop pretending to buy into social truth, and you realize that people are just after self-serving manipulation. The truth is often simple. The truth is often simple, and he says it doesn't care about your feelings. That's the indifference of nature. So your cancer doesn't care if you were a feminist or if you were a misogynist. You know, the viruses in the air, they don't care about any of that stuff. The storm that's going to knock the airplane out of the air and kill everyone, it doesn't care about did we have the right airline pilot? Was the pilot the right color? It doesn't care about any of that. And so, yeah, it's these simple truths about reality, but we're also focused on these sort of like social sciences or something. I don't know what you would call them, but this sort of obsession, perhaps it's like a social media phenomenon, you know? Everyone's obsessed with their hierarchy, their ranking, and if you're on the bottom side of the equation, you're just obsessed with equity. We need a fairness right away. And if you're on the top, you're like, no, it's fine the way it is. Or actually, if you're at the very tippy top, you actually join the people at the bottom saying, yeah, we need equality, but you never actually give any of your stuff up. So it's like these rich celebrities, they go, yeah, we need equality, but they never give their wealth up. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need equality now. All right, give us your money. Not me. I meant the taxpayer. Here's Arctibax, Magikarp, Gothitelle. They never give up all their money, but they're always communist. Ooh, you got 2 snipes in there. Massage on this. Cancer is older than we are. Ask a wolf to not eat you because it's wrong. Yeah, exactly. Ask a wolf to not eat you because you're wrong. Because it's wrong. Here we are. So Viper and Null. Hey, those are pretty good. Now, please be very good, Mr. Wolf. Don't eat any of the other sheeps. There is a fairy tale about that one, too. I love fairy tales, by the way, if you didn't know that about me. I love fairy tales. One of my favorite books of all times, and you should read this. It's called Aesop's Fables. Go read that. So it's the story of the scorpion and the frog, and the scorpion asks the frog to transport him across the water, and the frog says, well, if you sting me, we'll drown. And the scorpion's like, I'm not going to sting you. I don't want to drown. So the frog says, all right, I'll take you. And midway through, the scorpion stings the frog, and the frog's dying, saying, now we're both going to die. Why would you do that? And the scorpion says, because I'm a scorpion. What a fairy tale. What an amazing fairy tale. And that's like one of those, I don't know if that one particularly is an Aesop fable, but it's one of those stories that teaches you so quickly about the world. Like, you just can't stop some people from being what they are. You can put them through rehab. You can put them through the re-education camps. You can waste all this money in society to try to make them good. And then you let them out and they go drive a car through a crowd of people or stab some poor lady, you know, and you just can't change that. There's no controlling it. You think you can control it. There's no controlling it. All right, here it is. There's no hugs. There's no therapy. None of it works. You can have a person who had a really effed up childhood. Like, I had a pretty bad one, I'd say. And that person never commits a crime. They just don't hurt anybody. They never do it. They don't shoot up any schools. They don't get into any drugs. Here it is. But they had a really bad childhood, but that doesn't matter. So it's really fascinating. And so they say, we'll sit you down. We'll do the anti-misogyny class. What'll actually be the outcome of that, besides probably wasting a lot of taxpayer dollars for something that really is meant for church? Church is meant to do that. That's the role of the church in the society. Except they probably don't like churches, because churches kind of teach misogyny. Churches say the man's the leader of the house and the woman follows him. Here's Andon, 2 more boxes of Kaiju. You got it coming right up. Kaiju time. All right. Grabbing all my Kaiju. Setting it nearby. Okay. Everything now is about comfort. There is nothing comfortable about existence. I think you get bursts of comfort. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of tragedy. You get old. Your liver goes bad. You drink too much. You get liver cancer, or you get intestinal cancer, or whatever, right? Your mother dies. Your child overdoses on fentanyl. Somebody went through that. If 300,000 people died, there's people who lost their children to a drug that shouldn't have been there. So I think that life is full of like these tragedies, and you just kind of take it on the chin, but not in a sexual way. You just kind of take it and then, you know, try to find comfort despite being surrounded by all the grief. Here we are. All right, but you have to live in reality. You do. You can't be too fragile. You have to be fair in the way that you think. You have to be fair. You can't be biased. You have to be fair. You have to account for all the things, you know? I think a lot of the religions kind of did that already. Whenever you look at the religions, they're so antiquated, right? Oh, they're so antiquated. The Catholic Church is like, when you get married, God marries you in heaven, and you have to stay together forever. And you have to be in love, and you have to take care of her. She has to take care of you. No fooling around with anyone else. That's a mortal sin. You'll go to hell if you do that. So Catholic Church is full of all these ideas, right? And nowadays we're so smart, we're so educated, we're so incredibly enlightened. And we're like, nah, dude, I'm gonna have my polycule, I'm gonna have my side chick, I'm an alpha male, I eat meat off a cutting board, I only date 18-year-olds until they're 25, and then I dump them because I'm an alpha male, I know my worth, I got a 3-inch penis, I'm so strong. And, you know, so you get this vibe nowadays, and it's almost like this is where the Enlightenment has led us. You get this girl, she finds out sex feels good, so she just has sex with like 100 guys or some crap like that. And Tinder's easy. She's got like a baby with somebody, baby daddy. We're paying for it with the communism, with the welfare, with the socialism. We're paying for it. I pay for somebody's baby. I didn't even make it. I didn't get to have sex with her, but I pay for it. That's welfare, by the way. You pay for other people. So, you know, we got all this stuff now. We're so brilliant. It's so incredibly intelligent. And the Catholic Church is like, that's your wife. You have to stay with her and love her. And, you know, you say the same to the woman. Go have children together. It's like, wow, maybe that's the actual intellectualism. You know, you don't consider that anymore. The assumption in the 90s and the early 2000s, the 2010s and 2020s, the assumption was you were intelligent for going against all of those ideas. The ideas of the past that were super conservative, and they're just like, you have to have children, and you have to raise them and be there for them, and you have to be a good father, and you have to follow the rules, don't do the drugs, right? You were brilliant and clever and crafty if you ignored all that stuff. That was what made you smart, was being like this sort of rebel. Now we've got this new concept that being a rebel is just settling down with the family and being a good husband. It's like, wow, the religions already told us to do that a long time ago. So it makes you think, these religions are really old. It makes you think that they've maybe already seen all this stuff. This has already all happened before. All of this sort of like the Roman, the Roman femboys, right? The Greek femboys. Sleeping around with multiple people or whatever, hate your wife and all that. Maybe all of this has been done before, and the religions arose out of these societal ills of, betraying your loved ones for the dopamine of sexual pleasure, perhaps, or just, being sort of this slovenly, just grotesque, dopamine-addled drug user. All these things have maybe already been figured out, and the conclusion was you have to be more like a person who goes to the gym every day and eats healthy every day. You have to make the smarter choices. They're not as fun, but they're smarter, and in the long run they're the righteous choice. They hurt less people. And so maybe that was the conclusions of the religion, and maybe some of their more controversial ideas. Maybe like the role of the man or the role of the woman. Maybe those were part of those conclusions. Like, this is what works. And so we're so brilliant. I call it pseudo-intellectualism. We're so smart nowadays. We found out we could do everything in the opposite way. But what has it really led to? Like, super declining birth rates. No one has a family anymore. We have like this hyperinflation in our society, which I think that's due to overspending, because we think Congress and the government should be Santa Claus. And we have no shame. We celebrate drug dealers. We're angry at the law, the law upholders, or whatever you want to call them. So, we have this really interesting society that doesn't seem very happy either. It seems like a miserable society, doesn't it? And everyone's actually poor and just kind of pointing fingers at each other, but nobody knows how to get rich either. Right? Like, getting rich is when you plant a seed in the ground and it grows into a tree. That's where all the wealth comes from. It's a sort of productivity. But it almost feels like nowadays we're taught that productivity is this other thing. Productivity is when you like protest and demand to get free money from the government. That's not productivity. You haven't made anything. No money has been made. You haven't produced anything. You haven't contributed to the society. No money has been made at all. And so this idea that if we just get all angry enough at the same time and self-involved with how much money is redistributed, finally, the money problem will be solved. Why don't you go open up some sort of industry and hire a bunch of people? That will actually solve the problem. But no, that's not what you're told, I guess. And so, like, it's all the things all stacked in a row, right? Like, the way we handle sexuality, the way we handle personal responsibility, the overconsumption of dopamine, this sort of narcissism, like, I'm player number one. I'm the first player, and you all are just the side character in my world, right? The total selfishness, the addictive behaviors, the demand for free stuff, constant free stuff, the blaming of everyone but yourself. I feel like the religions figured all this stuff out a long time ago, and the intellectualism was actually when they said, just do things the right way. You know what I'm saying? Stop being an idiot. But religions have problems too, to be honest. I mean, I'm actually pretty critical of religions usually. Religions do tend to I want to say, contribute or even start many of the world wars to some degree. But yeah, I mean, you can criticize anything. But yeah, I think about this stuff at night. It keeps me up at night. These conversations we have back and forth about politics this or politics that. If you've been here a lot, you know I'm very political. I talk politics a lot. And politics is really just... The politics are so politics are rooted in your religious philosophical beliefs about the world around you. And the politics are more like the flower that blooms from those roots, or the leaves on the tree that comes from those roots. So whatever it is you believe is really rooted in your philosophical beliefs, your religious beliefs. And if we were to just talk about those, your philosophical and religious and moral beliefs, your ethics, you would discover a lot about why you end up with the politics that you end up with. It's about what you believe is real in the world and what you believe is delusion. Or maybe you've never even questioned that. You live in the delusion. All right, let's see what you guys are saying. Where are the breaks, mister? Also, the PSA submission. That's ridiculous. MC, main character energy. Open an industry and hire a bunch of people. The new plantation. Yes, well, I mean, if you want to have a job, every single person can't necessarily start a business. So it's always somebody starts a business and some people are workers. If you want to be a worker, that's fine. But if you want to complain that somebody who started a business makes a lot of money, you should go open a business. It should be you. You're the one that's got an interest in making more money. So instead of blaming society for providing you with Apple iPhones, vehicles that work, supercomputers, nice restaurants to go eat at, clothing on your back, all the cool stuff, electricity, the sewage system. Could you imagine a world with no sewage system? Instead of complaining that there's rich guys who invented all that stuff, why don't you go invent something? Why don't you go start go start a lumber mill or something small? I don't know. Go start like a farm. Go buy farmland and start farming and produce something. And then one day you will be wealthy too. And your farm might be lucrative. You might have to hire people to help you with the farm. But you have to go get started and not spend all your time just pointing at all the people who frustrate you, because it really doesn't accomplish anything to just complain. Here's the end. And unless it's my job, unless you're doing my job, and my job is to complain. Yes, so if you get a job on YouTube, the job kind of is a little bit to complain. But in real life, when you're not a YouTuber, you gotta shut up and go do stuff. That's what'll save you. You gotta go do stuff. And I used that term, planting a seed in the ground and having that turn into a tree. That's where all the money comes from. It's all about that weird, whatever chemical reaction that occurs, that's where all the money comes from. All the money comes from that. They pull that oil out of the ground, and then that oil is used to run all the machines in the whole world. That oil coming out of the ground, that is the money. That's the money. That's the gold. And so, yeah, you got to learn how that all works and go get into that. You're not listening, Patrick. I'm not talking about the old slavery or just black people. We're all just slaves now. Oh, yeah, definitely. The concept, well, here's my original thought was that you're a wage slave. You work for McDonald's. McDonald's pays you less than you're worth. I have a bigger thought on this now. The bigger slave driver is actually the government. McDonald's actually works for the government. So even McDonald's is down here. The government is up here. So the government takes money from your paycheck. But more importantly, what the government does is it overspends. So when it's buying up all this stuff, it drives prices up. And then the government says, well, I already take money from you and I overspend, but I'd like to overspend more. How can I do that? Print money. Wow, I can print money and buy even more stuff. So now they're reducing the purchasing power of your dollars so vastly, you can't buy a home anymore. You look at a home, he's like, well, I only make X amount of dollars, and this home is like double price now. So everyone in our time period has just gone through this economics lesson where you discovered the power of losing all of your purchasing power through the government, printing and the government spending, and anyone spending really. Because if somebody buys all the Pokemon cards, well, now the price is higher. So you've learned a lot about inflation, and it's crazy because you get tapped on the shoulder by one group and they see all this inflation. The solution, more inflation. If the government could just print even more money and buy even more stuff for you, everything will just get better. Whoa! What did we learn here? Maybe nothing. Mr. Annan says 6 Poke Shuffles and a bag sort. Just want to know how many slabs I have. 6 Poke Shuffles. So the bag sort would not actually tell you how many slabs you have, but I can show you which slabs you have for tonight. You want to do that? Let's see what we got here. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Does it? Okay. If you got slabs in the shipping area, I would have to go retrieve those. It would take like 5 minutes. Maybe not 5, maybe like 3. There it is. That works. You want to just see the ones for tonight? Hey, you just got 2 more slabs, man. Look at this. The time-space distortion is pretty good. Time-space distortion. Planting a seed in the ground and having it grow into a tree that gets chopped down for lumber. That's the source of all the money. The other way of describing that is like growing, maybe you're growing like corn or something. Maybe you're growing apples. Maybe you're mining petroleum. Maybe you're producing this highly sophisticated thing like a computer chip. That's where all the money comes from. You and I, we're on the very end consumer part of that production line where we take like a computer and make a YouTube video. That's not where the money comes from. The money comes from the guy who owns the mine. All right, so let's get your name on these beautiful cards. Look at that. That's really nice. Okay. Do you like these Poke Shuffles? They're incredibly popular. I sell so many of these per day. There you go. Size has a lot to do with the time-space distortion. Any breaks updated? We had a break go off today. I think we had 2 breaks go off today. We had the Dark Espeon went off, and the Mewtwo just went off. And now we got some new breaks. Yes, and in Bernard. Very good. Berard. Did I say Bernard? And let's see, from tonight. See, look. So these cards are sold tonight. Pretty cool, right? Looks like Andrew Martin and Blake Santoro got them. Blake's going to be pretty happy about that. All right, and then I believe these are yours. You just got these, Mr. Andon. So we got Vulpix Magby, Seviper 10. That's nice. Type Null 10, Space Distortion 10, and Poliwrath Wave 4. Look at that. See the Cosmic Hollow? There's kind of like these circles, right? They're like stars or glitters. So that's really cool. That's extremely rare if you didn't know that. A lot of people undervalue those hollows because they just don't get it. They don't know how rare those are. They're very rare. So Mewtwo was from this stream, correct? Yeah, and then I believe Dark Espeon was in the daytime stream. So here are the new breaks to get excited for. Diglett's at attention. Mega break. These are all the same. So here's the coin break. The clearance break, that got 2 spots deeper as a result of the 2 star cards. That's up to 8. Now take a look here, guys. So we got 6 out of 27 on the Lugia, 5 out of 10 on the Light Dragonite, 0 out of 10 on Greninja. So people are not ready for that commitment. They're going, oh, it's at the very start. All right. Let's see. We have an order from Mr. Andon. Damn, Andon. 1 last Kaiju and 3 Poke Shuffles. You got it, man. We're staying up late for Andon. I like you, man. You're sending in the orders. I sent for a spot in the Dragonite. Oh, did we not service that? 1, 2, 3. You know, I've been very distracted tonight. It's possible I missed it. Hold on. So these are cold. Sorry, Mr. Andon. Cold round. All right, let's just see real fast. So the Dragonite is the Lightning Bolt, right? Here's the Lightning Bolt. Javier Arroyo. Huh, it shows 4 cards, but it's got 5 there. You know what my theory is? I wrote the 5 down, but not your name. Problem solved. That's why we always show the names off before we actually host the break, to make sure I didn't make any of these silly little mistakes. All right, here we are. I make those mistakes a lot. You got to watch me a little bit. Especially when it's a very repetitive sort of task. So one last box of Kaiju. Kaiju is very cheap right now at $60 a box, or $3.75 per pack. We reduced it to that price because I received 2 cases of Kaiju that I ordered back in October. They're finally here. And so I just kind of want to let them liquidate. Give me food stamps. This keeps me up at night and not like a kickstand. My nose. I was on a bit of a rant there. What do you guys think of any of that? Does any of that sound interesting to you guys? What did I say something that you thought was worth talking about more? There we are. Did I say something that you thought was kind of stupid or disagreeable? Like you're like, nah, that's dumb. There we are. All right. I think there is a sort of personality difference between the left and the right. I think it's like yin and yang, and they keep themselves in balance. And when one goes too far, you get authoritarianism, and you get ideas that don't work. So you got to keep each other in balance, and you also got to stick to the middle when it comes to politics. Here it is. All right, you got to be wise, maybe daring a little bit sometimes when times call for it. There we go. The 5 was there. My order would have been 6. Interesting. Interesting. Let me just see if maybe something's been put in the wrong bag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is correct. Oh, I know what happened. I know exactly what happened. Eddie Berto used to have 2 spots in here, and he moved one of his spots over here to Lugia. So this is still correct, actually. There are 5 spots left. Because when somebody removes a spot, I don't mark it off back to 4. I just leave the 5 on. So you bought in, and now the 5 is legit. I think these conversations are needed. The healthy and civil exchange of ideas is the best thing we can go. Yeah, and I would point to the fact that politics is sort of like the result of your religion and philosophy. And so if you don't want to just get into fights over maybe like the particulars of a political plan, whether it be military or whether it be tax policy or whether it be something like that, you can talk about, well, why do I think tax should be lower? Well, why do you think tax should be higher? Why should we give more stuff away? Why should we give less stuff away? You know, and it always comes back to, what do you actually believe about the world? What do you actually believe is true? And the more you talk about that, the more you realize there is a more necessary philosophical discussion to have with people rather than a political discussion. When we talk politics, we just talk over each other. We like talk, you talk past each other. Okay, let me toss this over here. My order has 2 Korean Terra Festival. All right. Did I service that is what I'm wondering. We are. 2 Korean Terror Festival. Ooh. There's your hit card. Lovely. And I think that you have to sit down and have the philosophical discussions. Of course, it's kind of a big nerdy thing. So I think some people just don't want to go through with it. They go, I don't talk about that. I'm going to go have a drink. Watch The Simpsons. All right. Here's a holo. Here's a holo. That's the interesting thing about politics. I think politics and religion are 2 sides of the same coin. Haha. Are those South Korean? These are South Korean. I love talking politics. You need to talk about things you strongly believe in. Here we are. I've never been too strong of a believer in most things. I'm more of an experimenter. I like to test ideas out and then see how they work and then relate that back and get like all the information together. Here we are, Mr. Andon. Thank you so much for the big orders tonight. Javier's wondering if we fulfilled his 2 Terra Festivals. It was not serviced. It was a spot in 2 packs. All right, you got it, man. 2 Korean Terra Festivals coming right up. All right. Sorry about that, Mr. Javier. Wonder what happened. I wonder how I got distracted. Have you ever seen a North Korean card? I don't think North Korea does cards. They're living in one of those communist utopias. No, but what they really are is they're a communist regime, or they're a totalitarian regime. And so, you know, these words like democracy, socialism, communism, over time, I feel like they sort of blend into each other to some degree. And what you really want to know is how authoritative is the country you're living in. That's actually a better indicator of your quality of life. There we go. All right. Most people could do with thinking more about how they think. That's why I love philosophy. Here we are. All right. So that's for Mr. Javier. Grabbing your bag. Sorry about that. So you've got your Dragonite. You got your Terra Festival. You got your Bouffalant. Boof. He's boofing around. North Korea has some hot female soldiers. Oh my God, dude. All right. Let's see. David Smith is jumping into the Rocket coin break. That's awesome. Okay. Coin break. That'll be in the back. Wow. We got a coin break participant. Everyone in the coin break is going to cheer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because we've been waiting for that one to end. All right, nice. Okay. What a silly song. The song, it's the notes are so choppy there. All right, guys. Well, that's it. We've got all the orders done. It's 5:30 a.m. at night. Perfect ending because we got orders all the way up to the end. I'm going to be putting Mr. Andon on. Andon, you're going on. You're the big dog tonight. All right. Tomorrow, we're going to hand out more spots. Andon on 17. 3 spots remain. Andon, he placed an unusually high number of orders, and he went pretty deep. So he just gets a spot right on there. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow for the daytime Friday stream. I would hate to miss a Friday stream. I'll see you there, everybody. Have a nice night.